ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan orang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang, sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama, sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia, dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Tora Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya sudah tiba masanya. Melangkah takdir jalan yang getir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. sweat and grind. Guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused.
Cultured by Todak. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success. Powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Good afternoon to all the MLBB fan esports out there. Currently, it is 4:40 live in Malaysia in Quill City Mall, GMT +8. Thank you for tuning in and watching from all across the world. But also, big shout outs to our local fans here in the arena to check out today's games. Keep in mind, all of this being held live at the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall Level 6. So come on over, grab your tickets, and maybe you have an opportunity to watch the best MLBB we've got in the country. Once again, we want to welcome everybody. Thank you, and also good afternoon to everybody watching the MPL MY English broadcast. My name is Gideon Q, of course. We've got Sadafa here at the desk, and we will be taking care of you guys for these next two best of threes. Let me tell you, we're already past into the second leg of the tournament, and nothing has been easy, nothing has been given away.
Definitely, and these teams have been putting it all to bear as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. But some things don't change, just like this QR code or redemption code that you can use at the bottom of the screen right now.
Pick it up now while you still can. Go into your game and quickly punch in the code, or if you want to save some time, scan the QR code to save yourself that extra millisecond. But with that being said, the second leg has been rather interesting. I would have imagined that at least in terms of like league standings that we'd see a little bit more shifting, but the downward trend feels a little, it's starting to become a behavioral pattern here.
It's a little bit concerning, a little bit worrying, but at the very least, we don't have to worry for very long because we can now power up with Cellcom DG, the prepaid 5G power pass.
If you're looking for something consistent, then at least the power up with Cellcom DG's prepaid 5G power pass is the way to go, because you could go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeeds made for the Gen now, and I think even while you're watching this show, you can have it side by side with playing an MLBB game at the same time.
And that's not all we're gonna tell you guys about now, because we've got a brand new All-Star event available from the 30th of April, which of course is already passed, which means it's happening right now. You guys can team up and dive for fortune in-game. There's a lot of cool stuff for you guys to check out.
The Yuzong skin is looking pretty nice. And knowing these events, they put a little extra effort into making sure the little particle effects are real good. So quickly hop on, get your team now, and quickly finish up the event and get the in-game currency sooner rather than later. We know how they're like with these events. They really make you work for it. Just like Gara, right?
But you get rewarded, right? We even saw, if you were observant enough, you would have seen that the loading screen, the UI is different because we got the underwater teaming going on. So if you guys like that kind of thing, there's skins that are going to be coming out that are available now. You guys could should go have a look at that.
Now, let's bring it back into the game, because Team Rey initially did not look as good in the early weeks. Coming into like the second leg, they're actually looking much better and one of the more consistent teams. Vamos is one of those few teams that actually, you know, kind of put them in their place a little bit, but now in the second leg where they have to face each other off again, Vamos, it's clear, they're the early game team.
I think it's time. Ooh, actually, wait. You think Vamos is more of the early game team?
In comparison to Team Rey, unfortunately, yes. And I will make an argument that the mid game is a little bit based on the draft more than anything else. But so far, I feel like Team Rey has shown a little bit more consistency compared to Vamos, because those late games can be pretty awful sometimes.
I agree with you that Team Rey is more consistent mid game than Vamos, but I actually think that Rey has a stronger early game.
Really?
I feel like they're more stable, they're more consistent. Vamos may be a little more aggro, but in terms of success rate, I lean towards Rey.
Okay, that's fair enough. Execution is going to be a big matter of debate here. We also have another matchup between BTRM alongside with RRQ. I think that's also another executional debate that needs to be talked about as well. But for now, with the upcoming patch, and I think is Allus legal this week?
He was legal last week.
He was legal last week, but nobody wanted to touch
Yeah.
him. I don't know if anybody wants to touch him today to try and shake up the meta. But with that being said, let's look at some of the game highlights. The previous time we saw here on Expanding Rivers in the Land of Dawn, where Vamos had to take on Team Rey in the first leg.
And in this case already, we could see that Team Rey was starting to find their footing. They were starting to fix the issues that were afflicting them during the earlier weeks of the tournament. And while Vamos was still pretty stable, getting some wins here and there, it ended up being a pretty close match.
Yeah, unironically, a pretty close match, and you can tell, like, it really just comes down to executions here. The drafting looks a lot better coming from Team Rey's composition in comparison to Vamos, but there are a couple of ways to go around it, right? Because the laning phase has been such a big... well, maybe not the laning phase. The mid-trio's laning phase is by far the most important, second to only the EXP.
Yeah, so far I've been really liking the mid-trio coming in from Team Rey, and I think they are a large factor of the success this team has found. Jaskar has really rose to stardom in a way no one would have expected in those first couple of weeks, and everyone else has been able to rally around him. If I'm not wrong, a victory here for Team Rey basically guarantees playoffs, right?
It gets them pretty close. We still have to monitor the performances of some of the other teams. Who knows what could have changed up, but considering the number of games, it's a very high likelihood. If Team Rey gets this win now, securing the playoffs is pretty close by.
Yeah, because I think I heard earlier when we were discussing that they just need a victory here and they're basically guaranteed top 6. Can't be too certain, but I think that's what we recall.
Yes.
Which would be pretty big, since this is the team that has been cursed with eternal number 8.
Yeah, and like it's pretty consistently overall, which is kind of sad, but we've got a bit of a poster to show you guys. Let us talk about the qualification chances. Now, Team Rey, as you saw before, already currently at match point 7, which is pretty darn good. And as you mentioned, a single game can put them into the contention of top 6 very convincingly, because nobody else comes even remotely close to their points.
They've still got 5 matches left, so their maximum points could go up to 12 if they're able to secure victory in all of them, but you can see that their chances of making it to playoffs is already at a whopping 95%. They're nearly guaranteed unless they somehow lose every single match they have left, which doesn't seem likely based on their current performance. Team Vamos, their percentage not looking too bad either, 75 to 90%. They also have 5 matches left, but they're gonna have to work for it a little more.
Yep. With the matches left that they have played, it really just boils down to securing your aggregate points, making sure that you are winning the matches you are supposed to win to put yourself in at least a tiebreaker contention for another spot later down the line. Most importantly, you do not want to be in that 6th place. You don't want to be anywhere close to 7th or 8th, and the numbers are getting closer and closer every week. We still only have 2 weeks left of gameplay before we head into the playoffs.
It's a longer regular season, so they've been a little more opportunity, but the chances are dropping low. Now we have a community post actually from one of you guys out there, and it seems like, let's see what they're saying, right?
The closest team to go to the internationals with SRG, maybe it would be Team Rey. While other teams face pressure and criticism from netizens online and
about the lineup
and took advantage of the short transfer window, Team Rey stayed focused with the roster that they had and trusted the process. Jaskar, one of the junglers that is always mentioned to
be changed.
Is always mentioned to be replaced. Okay,
Yes.
gotta get the subcontext here. Somehow delivering a strong performance and man, why do they have to switch between the 2 languages? God damn it.
That's the Malaysian style.
It is ruining my brain, and it's showing that he can not only play tank jungle, and it's shown more. One of the few teams
that has stolen 1 point against SRG. And then
one of the few teams that stole a game from SRG, and maybe it's too early to hope for Team Rey, but I don't want other teams to step up. The key is consistency. Okay.
No, they're saying like, that's...
Oh, sorry, the other team...
Hopefully the other teams can step up, or like the other teams need to step up, with the key being consistency. So this is a very good observation coming in here from one of our fans out there. Thank you very much for your input. And this was made quite recently as well. This was 5 days ago. So they do think that Team Rey is good, but still not quite at the level where they can guarantee they move on, which is surprising because I think a lot of us are thinking of Team Rey as top 2 material currently if they maintain consistency.
Not yet. I
really?
I have yet to see them show polish. And I think that's the one thing I'm always looking out for a team, especially in the context of internationals. In local, I don't care. But if it's an international, that's where you're speaking my language here. And unfortunately, I don't think Team Rey is at that stage just yet, right? One of the few things that I need to see proof of is through that gold lane. But before we go any further with this discussion, we're going to throw it over to Rose up on stage. Rose, what are you up to? What's going on up there?
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang Rose actually bersama dengan seorang super fan daripada Team Rey. Hello abang.
Hello Rose.
Apa nama abang?
Saya Super Kai.
Super Kai. Okay, abang Super Kai. Kenapa abang ni sokong Team Rey?
Saya sokong Team Rey daripada season lepas lagi. Dia bermula dengan mungkin underdog. Sekarang ni dia sudah menjadi satu tim yang perlu dipandang tinggi oleh tim-tim MPL yang lain.
So bagi abang, Team Rey adalah underdog untuk musim inilah?
Ya, betul.
Okay, so kalau abang rasa Team Rey adalah underdog untuk musim ini, siapa favourite player abang?
Favorite player saya tak lain tak bukan Siska.
Weh, Siska.
Ya, betul.
Kenapa suka Siska tu dia. Siska sini. Sini sikit Siska. Okay, so actually since abang ni suka Siska, Team Rey pun ada hadiah untuk abang. Di mana Team Rey sediakan satu jersey and of course signed by all the players untuk abang. Siska?
Ya.
Bagi jersey dulu. Nanti kita sign. I rasa dorang tadi tengah bincang kot dalam backstage. Nanti sign ya. Okay, sebelum game ni bermula, ada kata-kata ke untuk Siska ataupun Team Rey abang?
Untuk Team Rey, walaupun kita tidak dipandang tinggi pada musim yang lepas, tetapi saya mengharapkan untuk international kali ini, Team Rey akan berada di sana. InsyaAllah.
Wish. Siska nak cakap apa?
Terima kasih.
Alright, good luck Siska untuk perlawanan ini of course. Kepada abang, congratulations. Nanti kita bagi diorang jersey untuk sign. Kalau you guys pun nak dapat jersey macam ni, jomlah datang ke MPL MY Arena. With that, let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
Thank you so much, Rose, as well as Siska, giving a super fan from BTRM Esports, a local police force who actually has an MLBB league. Big shout outs to our law enforcement here locally. Great shout outs to them. That's so awesome.
It's always cool to see people in different industries coming together with MLBB or with other game titles as well, right? That's just the reach that esports can have, and it's great to see the ecosystem continuing to grow. Our fans continue filling up the arena every single day, which is amazing to see. Even for teams that would previously have been considered as not quite as popular.
Yeah, and I think at the very least this is already building the groundwork for at least Team Rey. But let's talk about, a little bit more of the in-depth stuff, because when I'm talking about Team Rey, I'm looking at the potential weak points here for this team, and from Vamos' side, it's actually their strengths, right? I'm looking at their gold lane. Nako, he is one of the few people that I'm like, all right, most of the time when they get into these team fights, I can trust that he's able to space himself well, may not necessarily, try and nuke the backline or something of that sort. Klokun also positional genius.
Yeah, I think that the positionings of Team Vamos are very, very solid on paper. Like you mentioned, Natko has carry potential. Klokun has so far been quite the foundation, quite the backbone that Vamos can play around. But then you look at the other side, right? We're comparing to Lolil, for example, who's still one of the most bombastic gold laners we have, perhaps the best local gold laner that we've had for a very long time. And then Martizi has also been able to step up now that the Rey mid trio seems a little more activated.
Well, I think that a lot of it has to come... a lot of it comes through the draft. The Loliel's moments, I don't see it enough. I don't see him making those hard carries. I don't see him clutching a fight as much as I would like him to do as consistently. And that's my biggest problem here, because if it comes down to it, it's the clutch factors that will make the difference, even when you have a losing draft, a losing mid-trio, so on and so forth, right? Where's that tempo breaker for him?
But could you say that that's because he hasn't really needed to lately?
I mean, there... 2 games on Yishin Shin, yes, both of those games he really needed to do that. The 1 game on Moscow, to be fair, he did some pretty sick SODs. The Harith game was the one that I was a little like, man, this is painful. But besides those, like, all right, very mediocre performance. Nothing that tells me, yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy that gives me faith.
But I would also say that Nako can be a little bit restricted by his hero picks, right? He does rely on having like Harif or Carry, and then outside of that, doesn't quite hit the same peaks.
That's also true. Again, many different arguments can be made for both sides, but here is Team Rey with Loliels, Ivan, Martizi, Justgar, and as well as Siska. Let me tell you, man. Siska, there's nothing much I can say about him. It's like he hits an ability, makes the entire team fight obsolete, or the entire team dies. It's really one or the other.
Pretty much. There have been times where Siska hasn't quite coordinated as well, but overall, he's still one of the better new EXP laners we have in Malaysia.
Hot commodity.
And I know a lot of people have been keeping an eye on Justgar. The sudden 180 turnaround of this man from being despised, looked down upon, only playing tank junglers, to suddenly being someone that the team can actually rely upon, and basically the best retry rate in the league.
So far he's got one of the best retry secures in the league. But when you're looking at the opposite side, I feel like there's opportunities that can be exploited here, right? With Nako, Zekif, Clockwood, Arrow 4-4, and Sabat, the biggest problem is leading Zekif to the right answers. And I think that's what Clockwood needs to do. You can't let Zekif kind of like magnetize to whatever decisions he's allowed to make, because sometimes he finds an amazing flank, and other times he doesn't realize he's walking into a 1v4 situation. Clockwood needs to be that barrier.
I agree with you. Vamos just needs that synergy, just needs to be able to make the correct decisions in the correct situations, and they definitely have the skills necessary to pull it off. Looks like Sabat is going to be remaining on the main lineup as well, as opposed to Zeno, which is a bit of a surprise. I feel like Zeno is a little more consistent, though I also agree that Sabat has a wider hero pool.
Zeno has a bad problem of tunnel visioning. Tunnel visioning and also the laning phase is also one of the weakest. I would say that Sabat isn't the greatest at the laning phase, but he knows how to manage it a lot better than Zeno, and that's something that Zeno will pick up over time, because somebody's got to make some sacrifices in these drafts, and if you have to go Arla into Phoveus, so be it. Let Sabat handle that.
Yeah, having him around does give them more options in terms of what heroes they want to pick up, but I think it's about time, right, ladies and gentlemen? Let's welcome Team Rey and Team Vamos onto the stage. The Stingrays enter the arena burning with momentum, chasing an incredible 8 consecutive victory. Led by Jesgar's mastery around objectives, backed by the support brilliance of Martizi and Ivan, with Siska and Lolil ready to tear through the lanes. It's time to fear the rise of the Stingers! Let's go! Team Rey!
Lord Justgar, having successfully established himself as one of the best retries in the league so far. His position has not been changed, but let's not forget about the side layers making brilliant plays for Team Rey, of course. Defeat cuts deep in their first meeting, and now the villains march into the rematch seeking redemption. All eyes fall upon the young shot caller Zekif, trusted to guide the squad through the storm and the shift in momentum. The Venom returns to the battlefield with a vengeance. Let's cheer for Team Vamos!
We're hoping to see Zekif keep his head straight this time around to ensure the team transitions well into the mid and late games. But we can't forget what happens before the game. The coaches walk up on stage for both teams. The masterminds behind every match, joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure the games run fairly and smoothly. For Team Rey, we got head coach Caleb and assistant coach Saint Lucas. And for Vamos, head coach Valdo with assistant coach Akbet.
Now, of course, the official fist bumps the last piece of physical contact that either of these teams will have before they face each other in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors as they set up on the stage. Now, drafting is going to be a very big question mark here. I feel like either one of these teams really succeed when the draft is on their side. And a lot of the contention right now in the meta is that mid trio with a couple of side quests, right? I think for Vamos, a lot of their side quests is going to be leaning towards Natco. On the opposite side, Team Rey, I think a lot more priority is going to be given over to Siska as a last counterpick.
Yeah, we have seen Siska being given pretty key positions when it comes to team fights here. But Team Rey also has a lot of flexibility in their drafting style. They don't necessarily need to do that and are even willing to potentially sacrifice Siska's lane if it means they can ensure better picks for everyone else.
Well, let's quickly look at one of the player quotes. This one specifically from the shot caller of Zekif. More than an in-game problem. He says, I don't think there is an issue with our gameplay. I think it has more to do with things outside of the game. Some players on the team find it hard to reset after making mistakes. I'm not sure if it is a loss of motivation or confidence. I'm also not sure how to help, even though we're trying to find solutions. So a little bit more insight into the side of Team Vamos, and I think this is a very real problem that not a lot of people are talking about, especially for kids younger and haven't competed at such a high level for a majority of their lives.
Yeah, we have to remember a lot of the Vamos players are still fairly fresh to the stage of MPL, even if they've been here a season or two. And it has been a historical issue for Vamos as an organization as well. Despite it being a brand new era of players, they still have this issue of being very momentum-based, where if something goes wrong, you can see that energy dip.
I mean, it's the attitude, right, that Vamos has, and which is why we see so much of their plays being heavily momentum-based. Now, we also got a quote from Coach Valdo, right? Reasons for swapping out Zeno. And I think people have been asking about why Sabat was needed in this particular case. Valdo says the decision of bringing in Sabat was more about more than just needing a 6-man. We were also facing some in-game communication issues which led us to make the swap with Zeno. For now, Sabat's scrim performance with Vamos has been better than Zeno's, so we decided to move forward with him. And to be honest, Sabat wasn't our first choice, but we had to make do with the situation. Who was the first choice?
Now that's an interesting question, isn't it?
What was the other EXP laner who's like better than them all?
I feel like a lot of them are already taken at this point.
Or they're imports, right?
True. It's probably an import, right?
Who else would be in that position to be?
Then they'd be replacing Clawkun or Natco, and that doesn't feel very good either.
Oh, that's true. So it has to be a local, technically, if we're going by that logic. Unless we can get 3 imports, and it's R7. R7 joins Vamos. How wild would that be?
That would be a call back. People would go wild.
He gives up his entire content career. He's just like, no, one more time, but this time in Malaysia.
Vamos just spoke to me.
Yeah, that actually sounds so accurate. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see how this game is going to be played out, because it is almost time for these teams to head into the land of Dawn. I'm hoping for Broken Walls. That's the dream. Broken Walls or Expanding Rivers will really show how aggressive either side can absolutely be here in the drafting phase. Game number 1 of our best of 3.
All right. Let's see what kind of heroes are going to be locked in here. And brand new UI once again for new All-Stars. Make sure you guys check that out. We got Broken Walls for game number 1.
Yes, I like it. Broken Walls, at the very least, really shows teams who know how to take advantage of you, right? Oh, I'm going to be 0.5 seconds faster than you on the clear. Guess what? Over the span of time, your clears are going to be even quicker with Broken Walls. These are compounding elements that add up upon each other.
It's also a map that helps facilitate tank junglers to farm a little bit quicker. And we know that even though he's playing more assassins recently, Jesgar still likes his beefy boys.
Yep, he still has Boxia in his back pocket. Whether or not it's going to come out really depends on the preparation coming out from Team Rey. And I don't know how much preparation they actually put, especially against Vamos, who's a little more sinister in the way that they play, right? It's very explosive and it's hard to read it too.
Well, for now, we got the Fanny and the Harley band from Team Rey. Big focus on the jungle. Vamos getting rid of Freya and the Chip. Now, the Chip is fairly unusual with Team Rey being the only team to play it, but hasn't had the most consistent rate with it either.
I would agree as well. And Chip is one of those things that you don't want to deal with, especially with how he can ruin your laning phase right at level 1. So something to keep in mind about. It looks like they got rid of the glue. Guinevere up in question here. Same thing goes for Zushin 2, both of which haven't been touched.
So far, Guinevere has been played 3 times by Jaskar, and it actually has a 100% win rate. It's his highest success rate hero, so Team Rey could be looking to grab that for themselves, though Vamos are not letting it through.
So it's going to be Zushin here, Harith +1 on the opposite side.
Yeah, that would make the most. It would. If it is that, it would be Zusin and then Harifovius, right?
Yes. I mean, it kind of depends, right? But let's quickly look at our fun fact here. Innocent has a staggering 85.57% win rate with Moskov and MPL MY, winning 30% out of 35 matches since Season 13. Thanks, Jaskar. Thanks for bringing that really nice fun fact about Innocent, your boy.
It's so nice of Jaskar to be promoting other players.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
He's so humble.
Women, this is why women love him across the world. He's such a nice guy.
He has been attracting a lot of people across the world, I gotta be honest.
He's catching hearts and minds everywhere. Come on, Harith, Fove, or... Yep, there we go. The classic opening here. Now, knowing that there's Fove on the opposite side, the real question for the side of TR is whether or not we're going to sandbag this lane, because we already have the Zushin. You know, Uranus pretty free here.
Uranus is pretty free. Esme also very good, since we already have 2 shield heroes on the opposite side. Team Rey probably wants to get their jungler at this point as well, so it's whether or not they want to prioritize EXP first, or if they want to get something better in gold.
Maybe a Suyo if they're looking to blind pick their jungler. I think they could hold off on it for just a little bit. What else would be a
Exorcist of the
Shadow support,
at your
right?
service.
We'll see.
Baxia is still open too.
What? Oh, we're going Granger here first? Okay. You have that. You have the matchup in gold, but then now it just means that Vamos just needs to get a...
Alright, there it is.
This is a little bit more respectable, so they don't want the gold lane to get pitched, so they get the Granger early on, but it also incentivizes Vamos to get something like a Cho to force Granger to take Flicker early. Oh, sorry, Purify early, and then at level 4, Nako can kill him.
Yeah, that is a genuine possibility. Team Rey are betting on the fact that Zeus and Baxia together will be able to rotate fast enough, especially on broken walls, to help deny a little bit of that early game pressure. Which means Vamos needs a way to handle it. Right now, having a mid laner that's able to stop the advances and trade well against Zusin is important.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Vamos needs a get out of jail card, right? Do they need an AOG in their lineup to bail them out of awkward situations, or they just speed up, and it looks like they're opting to speed up first. With Nolan, you'll be able to kind of get across the map really quick, and with certain opportunities, get on top of Zushin while you're hiding around in bushes. It also helps that it's broken wall, so you're even quicker.
Yeah, before this, Nolan was kind of a last-ditch pick. If Leomord, Suyo, Baxia, Fredrin were all gone, then yeah, you kind of have to pick him. But Vamos is skipping the queue a little bit, going straight to the hero that will allow them to outpace Jaskar in the jungle and put on pressure early on to get the momentum that Vamos always plays for.
At this point, I wonder if Team Rey wants to freeze the mid lane, or do they want an early clear to be able to move off and play for rotations? That's the only question I have, because it looks like Vamos is more than happy to say, you know what, let's get rid of the Hilda first, let's get anything that is able to invade early, and then if they clear fast to fight for 3, maybe you have an opportunity. And they ban out the Cho to deny the option for Granger to have to take Purify.
Yeah, both teams already focusing on making sure that there's no heroes that can cause trouble in the backline for free, and to make sure that the early game goes about as standard as possible. Next best pick would probably be the Khalid. I imagine if Vamos doesn't want it on red 4, then they'll ban it here. Otherwise, they'll try to keep it for themselves.
Another question is Kalea, right? I wonder if Team Rey is interested in picking that up for themselves. Ooh, this one's tough.
Ooh, I was wondering about the Marcel, but it looks like Vamos is one step ahead of me.
Yeah, unless we see like Valentina or something like that, I'm expecting Marcel to be like held back for a little bit, because some teams don't like dealing with double golden hours, and then even then, Marcel can still save somebody from that tough situation. Khalid gets banned out too, so Kalea is open. It's pretty free for Vamos, but it compromises their draft a lot.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to play Kalea into a Baxia, and we've already seen how easy it is to counter by just grabbing a bunch of Purifies, and Team Rey already has heroes that are capable of having that. So Vamos is going to need a different idea. Having a beefy enough front line will help, so things like the Pylos are not too bad. We also know that ZQ traditionally is quite comfy with the Badang.
Both of which are okay. I think they're fine, and you have anti-CC in case Zushin gets on top of you. You could potentially peel the box so you can cancel a couple of abilities coming in from Granger, but it's not the most like safe feeling in the world. And they opt to go for Kalia instead. They want to have the Tsunami Slam as an option because they're already banking on Natko to win his lane.
So Vamos wants to go hard, go fast, and well, that's what we expect of this team. Having Kalia and Nolan together means that they want to gank the side lanes. They want to move as fast as possible, outpacing even a Baxia on broken walls. Not an easy thing to achieve, but definitely possible here. And keeping their mid lane for last.
I think it's going to be Lilia on the opposite side, so Team Rey need a support that can handle Lilia, but they've already gotten rid of Khalid and Hilda, who are naturally good at the early stages of the game. Cho as well, but not going to find it. It looks like Lapu, it's going to be a pretty safe lane here for Siska. We'll still having lots of opportunities to maybe punish this Nolan, but what is their support option? I don't think that there's anything that's good. And it looks like they go for the Badang rather than play for something bigger. Okay, so they have counter-engage at the bare minimum.
Yeah, counter-engage is good. I'd say that Team Rey's comp is pretty standard and plays to their strengths. We already know Jaskar likes the Baxia. Siska, Lapu Lapu is basically his signature. Team Rey keeping it close to the chest because they know that Vamos already has a recipe for disaster if they try anything too risky.
Is there any decent mid lanes? Now that Lapu is here, artillery mages aren't gonna work anymore. You kind of have to just go for Lilia, right?
Zetian is still not bad.
Zetian is okay, but it's inevitably the same problem.
Yep, it's a Lilia.
Yeah, so they want to win out the lane. They want to try and go remotely even. Badang, you can still trade pretty effectively against the Badang while you are still Kalia. It's no guaranteed thing. Question is, how much damage can Lilia and Zushin effectively pump out? So if for any reason Lilia decides, oh, I missed the Shadow Ball, it's kind of over already for that lane.
I don't think that'll happen. I feel like Klokun does a good enough job, and we've seen a lot of mid laners popping off with the Lilia recently, so it's definitely something that they can rely upon. And just by looking at the heroes, Vamos has much more damage early to mid-game, so they can play around that.
They can, but they got to get a little creative here, because once Team Rey maintains a lead, let's say a 2,000 gold lead deficit, it's going to be hard to bounce back in the mid-game. As we jump right in, this best of 3 commences. Team Rey facing off against their opponents, Vamos on the red side. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Our very first game of week number 6 here in the MPL MY regular season, and we witnessed a rematch between Team Rey on the blue side, Vamos on the red. The last time these teams faced off, Team Rey secured a 2-0 clean sweep. So the Vamos side is going to be looking for some vengeance.
All right, let's see how they're going to play this, because we aren't seeing an early leash coming in from Team Rey. But on the opposite side, Arrow 404 immediately is nuking his way down to the Beetle side, starting his vertical jungling entry already.
Looks like Jaskar gonna show himself on the Litho as well. Once Error knows this, he could actually try to steal buff. Oh, he's gonna get scouted out by Martizi though, so one camp is all he's gonna get.
Good play coming in from Team Rey's side. It looks like they've set it up a little bit differently. Rather than having the mid trio immediately take all the camps on that north side, on the orange side of the enemy team's jungle. Yeah, again, Martizi calling that off. This is going to put him, unfortunately, it's going to put the Nolan behind.
Yeah, this is actually really good from Team Rey. They understand that Baxia needs to be winning the jungle trades, so...
they got retrieved.
Yep, Jaskar still showing why he's been winning out in the turtle trades.
This is good. This is really, really good. Now, it shows that Jaskar is equal level, but in terms of what is safe to farm, a majority of his side of the jungle has plenty. And you can see that even Arrow 4-4, right? Trying to take advantage of the situation here at level 4 to make it happen. But with no real setup, they're not going to find it.
Yeah, the Purify there gets Martizi out of danger, so that means a level 4 timing for the Nolan. Not able to be capitalized on by Error 404, and that'll allow Team Rey to be the ones in control of the first turtle.
I think at this point, do they even care about going for... They're either looking for picks or they need to start invading this purple buff and get Retri out of Nolan.
Now here comes Error. Once again, Fracture on Martizi. Drops him to half HP, but he's going to be fine.
This should be a no contest now. I say it should be. I say it should be. But at the same time, it's Vamos, right? And it looks like they're trying to fake this.
Yeah, they're going to jump in on Ivan. This guy as well with the bravest fighter. And here comes the flicker from Saban. Another distant beacon. Good zoning from Rey.
Honestly, not bad coming in from Vamos. With everything that they did, Team Rey, they had the man advantage. Vamos, they took 0 losses. They only lost the battle spell, single clicker, but they steal the purple buff on the other end. So at least Nolan gets to recover just a little bit to even out his score against Juskar.
Yeah, that's much needed EXP evening for the Nolan to make sure that Vamos can still play for their early mid spike. It means that game is still pretty even for now.
Yep, Error correcting the entire jungle rotation here. Really, really nice stuff. Zekif has the information onto Juskar's side, and Siska's making an early move, which I think is a bit of a mistake here.
Juskar gonna be rolling in, trying to go pretty deep on the Lilia right there, trying to force out the black shoes. Clawhood still holding on, will pop it eventually. Juskar tanky enough to sustain everything else.
Yep, and that's all he needs. Every single time he shows up, he just needs to tax them, get a battle spell, get an ult somewhere. And now that Lilia doesn't have her ult, she's not going to be very confident into walking up in lane, allowing Martizi to shift his attention, if necessary, to an overextended Zekif.
You can see up top as well, O'Leal slightly ahead in EXP compared to Natko, which is to be expected. Granger has a good laning phase into the Hari. Error looking for an engage, but here comes Juskar and he says, nope.
Yup, zone him away. That's what you want to do with Boxia. Steal away camps, show face, make it difficult. Now Natko doing a very good job at winning out this lane, and unfortunately Lolios without Flicker cannot win this lane in a 1v1 against Natko unless Natko really makes a mistake.
Yeah, his goal is just to farm from afar, and he's doing that so far. I wonder if Natko wants to dive though. It looks like he will manage to recall back home up there. Next turtle gonna be up in another 15 seconds.
Gonna have to take their time here. Based on how the laning phase goes, EXP side, Siska gets to make first move while Sabat, again, unfortunately, 2 attempts at trying to freeze, didn't get much off of it. So now they're even. This should be the next big clash for this game.
Yeah, in fact, this turtle fight going to be a very important clash. Instantly, Martizi, Crimson Beacon gets out of the fracture. Good disengage, but no more Zeus in ult.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Without Zeus in ult. How did they get in? Oh!
Juskar just gonna walk straight in. Supa now in trouble. Has to flicker out of the Badang wall. Here comes the Landshaker as well in the back line. Siska buying a lot of time, doing a lot of damage, but he's now surrounded. Tsunami Slam pulls him back. First blood to Sabat.
Nicely played by Natko there. Seeing the opportunity to lock somebody down now that they've changed the Zaman Force. God, the gradual slow seems to be a little bit more frustrating to deal with. Unfortunately for Team Rey, they lost a lot of their resources. They end up losing Flicker, they lose Suska, they lose Martizi's ult, which I think probably was the key mistake.
And this is the timing as well where Vamos just has a lot more damage to play around. Sabat is a big threat in the front line, which makes this difficult. I don't think they can contest this. Juskar in danger, surrounded by 4, but the damage is actually building up. Loliel picking up a couple kills straight away. Juskar goes down, double kill for the Granger. Error secures the turtle, and they pick up Siska as well.
Yep, beautifully done. Oh!
Martizi, he wants more. Can he actually kill Clawhood here? He knows he doesn't have black shoes. One more hit.
Yeah, just walk into the turret range. Just walk into the turret range. He didn't want to. He was scared that he was going to get traded. Decided to move out. Error 4-4 wasting no time in stealing, attempting to steal a camp, but getting some good damage down onto the mid-tier 1.
Here comes Juskar. Gonna collide with Error. His energy level is actually quite low.
No.
Doesn't have purple. He could be in trouble here. 1v2. Make that 1v3. Error runs into the tower. He knows he's dead.
He messed up there. He should have ran after stealing the 1 camp, but he greeted out for 2 and didn't have the purple buff. It happens, but now the instant response from Team Rey. Let's steal his purple buff. He yoinked it from us the last time. We secure both our purple buffs. Don't let them respawn. We're good.
A pretty good back and forth so far from these teams, but Loliel has been able to pick up 2 kills, which means the Granger can be something to play around. It's now a full 5-man tower dive, and they'll pick up Supa. Killing spree for the Granger.
Very nice, very nice. They're making sure they're funneling all the kills over to Oh!
Tsunami Slam forces Purify on Martizi. Zaman 4 is going to be used as well. Martizi able to walk away, but they'll lose their mid-tier 1.
I don't know if this is a good trade or not, because I think Vamos is making finding more surplus on the map compared to Team Rey. Only a single turret down, and now Juskar trying his best, which honestly really isn't going to be the case.
Oh, it's enough to buy time. Vamos has to back out of that one.
He needs, again, they need Lolios to be nearby. There is not much of a threat with the majority of them having the right battle spells and ults that get them out of tough situations.
And so far, Vamos still holding on to the slight gold lead, but Team Rey not too far behind in their movements. They are a bit more dependent on being all together, which is what Vamos is taking advantage of.
Looking at the goal difference here, majority of the leads being held on to the major players in this game. Seems like Suppot doing very well against Siska. It may be a 500 gold lead, but that slight gold lead is an extra component, an extra item, some extra stats.
Now next turtle, contested, Vamos already in position, and it looks like Team Rey isn't too interested in committing everything, but they'll still roll in anyway. Here comes this guy as well. Error will secure the turtle. Jescar still sustaining for a long time. Flicker comes out from Suppot to avoid the lantern, and that's gonna be it.
Okay, so at the end of all the turtles, it is a 1-to-2 turtle ratio in favor of Team Vamos. A 1.7k lead overall as we move from mid-game, now slowly making our way into the later stages. It's only the beginning here. I don't think they're going to dive. And the second problem that I'm seeing with Team Rey is that if, for any reason, Team Vamos is able to find a huge shutdown, a full team wipe, I don't know how Team Rey is going to defend their base.
Yeah, that is the issue, isn't it? Team Rey going for a basically single DPS setup on their side means that they have to be grouping up. It's a death ball comp where Lolil does most of the damage, and Vamos can use that against them. They have much more independent heroes, and you can see that from the amount of macro pressure they're exerting.
We'll see how long they're going to get away with this, because Vamos, despite everything, they're the ones maintaining the lead, right? They can deal with this death ball pretty well as long as they effectively time their spells. Most importantly, the battle spells, you can see that the focus is on the long lane.
All right, now things are going to slow down a bit. Next Lord comes up in 45 seconds, so it's an important timing for Team Rey to regroup themselves, make sure they don't lose too much more space on the map, and for Vamos to push in. Jescar gonna roll into the wrong bush, surrounded 1v4, Tsunami Slam pulls him back, free kill for Vamos.
All right, looks like we're trying to find other naming conventions for other bushes. We already got the Kyrie, when are we gonna get the Jescar? Couple more times in the same spot, and probably that's going to be the case, but opening the map in that particular way, kind of dangerous, but I'm assuming that Jescar was just confident. Yeah, there's no way they kill me, right? I just have too many stats.
If it was like 2, maybe 3 people, he actually could have survived long enough, but that was the entire team, so a little bit of misjudgment. Mid lane 1v1, Flicker Landshakers. This guy's trying to fight Error 404, drops him down to 10%. But he is able to dash out.
It was looking good initially, but at the very least, they got the retribution out of him. So this should be a pretty free Lord. They just need to fix the waves on that top side. Don't lose any holy shielding right now, because this Lord is kind of the only win condition Team Rey has.
Even though they use their retry, they are going to be able to make it back in time. It's only 10 more seconds before it comes off cooldown, and Vamos clearly have more control over the map. Jescar 2 levels down on the Nolan too, having some trouble.
Man, they're really hesitating on this, huh? Team Rey not so... After Jescar dying like that, being less proactive in opening up the map. They should have known they should have been able to get that top side for free.
Suppot just flickered. He missed his engage, actually. A little awkward.
Yeah, shouldn't have missed it.
Oh, but here's the flicker Tsunami Slam once again on Jescar, pulling him back to the team. Suppot already in the backline. Lolil has to completely back it off, but Suppot not letting him go. Even the Purify already used. He finally gets out, but the rest of his team is going to be abandoned. Ivan's trying to get away from Error 404. Suppot still tanking, still alive, and Siska's the one that goes down instead. Killing spree for Natko.
Nicely played. Natko already having the trinity of items that you expect to see on a Harith. It is kind of over at this point. I think from this point onwards, I don't think Team Rey will ever win another fight unless we see a major mistake, right? Because Vamos, they completely outscaled them here. There's no real answer to it. You're hoping that your mid laner does those things, scale and play for high ground. Unfortunately, with Jushin, you got to play for the earlier stages of the game and really snowball that out of position. And unfortunately for Lolios, with 3 kills, that's not enough Skypiercer stacks.
Yeah, Team Rey did a good job of playing defensive to make sure Vamos couldn't get too much of an early lead, but also ended up giving the space they needed to make up for it in the mid game anyway. Now the Lord pushing in mid.
And that's the thing, right? We needed to see Rey consistently contest Vamos while minimizing the damage. Now we see the Holy Shielding start to break here on all sides. All 3 Holy Shields are gone at this stage. They try to save the bottom one, don't find it.
But it's still the best time to use them anyway, since they'll expire in another 10 seconds, so Team Rey couldn't have asked for a better time for the Lord to collide, so they're gonna have to deal with another wave now. Nako is Amat Force instantly right into the base, maybe a bit deep, but he has Purify, so Jescar's gonna be baited forward, goes down, Tsunami Slam already used, not really finding the target, but the damage is done. They'll lose 1, more minion waves still streaking in on both top and bottom. Natko handling the bottom tower, and I don't know if they can stop him. That's going to be a free inhib for Vamos.
They can't. He's too strong. He's about to hit max level already 12 minutes into the game as a gold laner of all roles. And even for Loliel's, right, he's missing out on a good chunk of the farm because of how quick these lanes, and more importantly, the T1 started to collapse.
Error. The damage. Ivan is able to get away. Had to use his dash to do so, which means another tower goes down. Very systematic assault from Vamos.
I'm interested to know why Vamos didn't try and force the long lane over mid and bottom side. I think that Team Rey were putting a lot more emphasis on protecting the long side to make sure that they can actually contest or at least somewhat coin flip the 50-50 on this upcoming Lord. Jaskar, how far behind is he in comparison? Level 12 compared to level 15, so a 3-level difference right now that he has to compensate for.
That's the risk of the Baxia. Strong early, but if you're not able to get off that ground, then you fall behind very, very quickly. And without him, Team Rey just cannot sustain these fights long enough for Loliel to do his thing.
I think the early game decision, the smart decision he made about going into that vertical jungling style, stealing both side camps before going back, I think that might have hurt him here, right? He had to adapt twice to correct the jungle pathing, and unfortunately only took one rotation for Arrow 404 to correct his.
That's the Nolan for you, the speed of the hero, unprecedented. 25 seconds to the next Lord, and with only one inhibitor left standing, very unlikely for Team Rey to walk up to contest it. They may have to just try and play base defense.
It's going to be pretty hard to do so unless we see Zekif really mess up on the engage, right?
They're going to be spotted here. Jaskar wants something, but he knows that they're not going to find success here.
Not yet at the bare minimum. They start backing up now, and Team Rey just gotta clear these waves. That top wave is already starting to build up very nicely, but they have no choice because Vamos already has priority over this Lord.
It's a tough timing. Vamos is one of the better teams at late game wave management, so they're gonna make sure to use it against you. They haven't even seen Sabat down bot already. Jaskar gonna be jumped on. Look at the damage! Sabaxia is dead! And Loliel is jumped on by Sabat. Martins is gonna spend all of his energy just to make sure that the Granger doesn't die. And Sabat is still going! Purify already used! Dark Wave just barely dodged. Loliel finally finishes him off with a mega kill. Flocko looking for another. Has to use the Black Shoes back, but they secure the Lord with error.
Best case scenario here. Best case scenario for Team Rey. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take... Oh my god.
Dashes straight in! Shut down! Double kill! Mega kill! He's racking them up! This man is online.
Balanced hero, by the way. Balanced hero. So much fun. Look at him. He's just blowing through all of them, right? He's already max skilled. And the flicker!
Flicker catch, Tsunami Slam used, and they know he doesn't have it, but this frag in return, it's too bad Loliel is dead! If he was alive, that would have been huge! Jaskar gets the revenge kill on 2, but it's not enough. He is 1v3, including both Nolan and Harim, killing free. Team White Vamos secures game number 1.
Very nicely done from Vamos. A good game between both sides. The small decisions really started to compound upon Team Rey, adjusting a little too much, but they just needed to get the right jungle path down, deny Nolan that purple buff each and every time. I think one of the few minor mistakes, you should have taken your buff, left the small camp so that he can't steal away your own and invade. You steal his, you deny your own, what is he gonna do?
It's those minute movements, right? Especially in a game where both teams are playing hard for the first couple of minutes. Yep. Those exchanges can make a big difference down the line. But I also feel like Team Rey was playing a little bit too safe, right? The draft was very standard, lacking damage, and weren't pushing their timings well enough.
Yeah, there's not much you can really say about that one, right? It's just you hope that you could have done better, but you just weren't brave enough to open up that map first. And you saw Jaskar, the tankiest person on your team. He goes in, he dies. You kind of lose confidence in opening up the map, and that costed them this game because that top side was completely exposed.
Pretty much can't do anything at that point, and Vamos made sure to dig into that wound. I gotta give him props. This was really cleanly done. The discipline from Vamos was very solid. They had the right heroes to really mess with Team Rey, and Sabat was a huge threat. Literally, Loliel could not join fights because of him alone.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's not just him alone. There's also the argument that, Zekif made it really really tough, right? Because no matter what, there's always the fear of Tsunami Slam, and that's why they're so hesitant to kind of go in. And it's difficult to harass your opponent because when you're thinking, I'm about to lift him up, he flickers on you and then does the Tsunami Slam. So if you're just Gar, you have no counterplay. Retribution is like your only spell, which sucks.
Just Gar, we know he's a good person for contesting objectives, but when you got Ziki breathing down your neck on that Kalea and you're not tanky enough to survive the Tsunami Slam, the game is broken wide open for Vamos.
Yeah, it really is. I personally thought that the next course of action was to attack Ziki. He should have been the early game target. You've got the Boxia with the early negative life bane just to make sure that he can't regenerate as much while having some decent early game damage. I think that was just one of the few things that they end up missing out. Because Ziki, if you could tell, early game, he's not trying to like show himself as often. It is save the wave, even if you can't clear it, I'll trigger my passive once, and then we'll be at a net neutral.
I like that ZK wasn't really trying to force catches once he hit level 4. He was playing it safe, keeping a wide view on things to see like what is the timing, when do I need to make stuff happen. And obviously Jescar is going to be the target most of the time once he falls behind since he doesn't have a Purify.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? Every single time you look at Team Rey's draft, this is not a bad draft. The only issue is that there are a couple of holes that you can exploit. One of them happening to be, hey, Jescar doesn't have a Purify. He can't get out of this. He is susceptible, but that's only if Jescar gets ahead. So Vamos doing a phenomenal job in not only propelling the early game, but finding advantages despite how bad the early game was. Like, you're Nolan. You take your purple, you go over to your orange. That's the only buff that's there. There's no side camps.
Yeah, it's really smart, actually, of Vamos to go for the Nolan straight away. We don't need Suya. We don't need Leomore. This is the right hero for this game, for that burst. Even if he's not able to get those kills, the pressure is enough just from farming, just from playing the map, because you one look at Team Rey and you know these guys can't really do anything by themselves.
Yep, it's hard. I think Ivan is the only one who can influence it, but the problem is the fist crack is a little short, right? Compared to Nolan, who can come up from any direction. If Ivan just blinks, he could miss the Nolan.
Yeah, and it means that Ivan needs to somehow catch multiple members of Vamos together, once again circumvented by their heroes being very quick and not needing to group up.
Yep. So again, drafting has many different layers to it, and it's the small interactions that make all the difference here. Good job for Lolios trying his absolute best to like maintain the score, but against the Harith, you just don't scale as efficiently. If your scaling is based off of how hard you snowball off a Sky Piercer, that's not really scaling.
Harith is ridiculous as a hero, and you really need to have things like Phobius on your side just to try and keep him in line. And that's why recently, I think the first pick Su Sin has been becoming a bit of a two-pronged, like a double-edged sword for a lot of teams, where you pick it first, but then you lock your mid lane into a hero that doesn't do sufficient damage.
That's the thing. That's why I think that EXP laners need to kind of fill that void. Siska tried, but he is very burst-oriented, right? And again, a lot of his abilities require his battle spells. Whether he's playing Benedetta, Yuzong, kind of all want to do the same thing. They want to burst their targets down, move away, and then let the team kind of drag out this fight. Looking back at our Hall of Famers here, of course, our official food delivery grab supports our richest guy, Natkill. He's got the capital. He has so much money. 883, one of the higher goal per minutes we've seen.
Harith continues to be busted. I still do not understand why they buffed him so much. And we know he's one of Natko's signatures. If any team is thinking, oh, we can let him play it after this, they need to reconsider.
They really need to, man. Harith, his numbers are so easy to conflate. And it's just like, it's a hard dilemma for game devs to fix, because it's like, what do you do? Reduce his ratios and then he becomes completely unplayable, or do you decide to reduce his base damages and now he doesn't even have a laning phase? So like, he is on such a fine line. I like the change to his ult, but man, they didn't have to buff the Synchro Fissure center damage.
Yeah, I really don't think they needed to buff that damn. Honestly, just the reversion on Starlium Scythe, in my opinion, was more than enough.
Yeah, honestly, that's
what I was saying ever since I reviewed the patch. The Starlium Scythe buff, more than enough, and they decided, no, Harith needs more.
It was not necessary. It was not necessary. But now, we live in a world, I want to say post-Harith, but I guess it's not even pre-Harith either. It's just we live in Harith's world, right? It's his reality. And as much as I want to say that Martese was the problem, I don't necessarily agree. I think that unfortunately we didn't get to see enough of an advantage from the mid trio, right? Again, we saw that Vamos was able to find the counter jungle very fast, correct and adapt. We didn't get to see Team Rey do that because they just lacked information.
And it's hard to get that information when your Baxia's behind. He's the one that's supposed to be opening up the map for you, letting you know like what you play for. But then you get Tsunami slammed and bursted by the entire enemy team.
It's straight up telling just guards like, hey, we're in Chernobyl. You gotta go open up the map, bro. You gotta go and sacrifice your life to radiated grass. Figure it out. It is a death sentence.
Yep, and he's not rich enough to buy a hazmat suit.
Can't get it. Can't get it.
It's tough, and yeah, Badang can't match a Kalea in opening the map too, so...
I mean, he does it more effectively compared to Kalea, because at least he's like, oh, I'm tanky enough to like eventually just roll out. Kalea can jump out, but then still get caught inevitably afterwards, so... I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here. I just think that unfortunately for Baxia, and especially in Kalea in this particular matchup, Vamos just had a better 5-man plan.
Yeah, it's time to change the strategy, because it's clear both teams are trying to play for the early game. Both teams are quite good at getting momentum through early game.
Oh yeah.
But Vamos has a little more experience in dealing with people who also want to play their style.
I agree, and I think that first things first, let's get rid of this Baxia. Unless we have a 2-set rotation, and I'm talking about first rotation was good. Second set of rotations, you need to adapt. You need to talk to Siska. You need to say, hey, could you check this camp so I can reaffirm the information? Because on the opposite side, Vamos was doing everything. They even got their mid laner for some reason to start checking bushes too.
Yeah, and well, you can do that with Lilia, so you should be able to do that with Zusin. There are questions to ask, but there are answers that are gonna be given very, very soon, because on the 9th of May, we will have the official announcement of the playoff details at 4:30 p.m. and then ticket sales at 8 p.m.
All of it happening quickly. Jot down those times as soon as you can. We're going to be throwing it over to another segment here. We'll catch you in a bit.
Hey guys, selamat datang ke Game Break interview bersama dengan Rose. And of course, sekarang ni Rose nak borak sedikit lagi dengan Super Kai. Kalau you guys ingat tadi, kita dah borak masa pre-game dan kita pun bagi dia jersey. Tapi sekarang ni, kita actually daripada MPL MY nak tahu lebih lanjut untuk PDRM Esports. So, mungkin boleh ceritakan sikit pasal PDRM Esports?
Okey, PDRM Esports ni ditubuhkan untuk di kalangan anggota PDRM yang mungkin semua hanya mengenali PDRM Esports, mungkin ada bola sepak Liga Super. Tetapi sebenarnya PDRM Esports ni pun ada tim Mobile Legends yang diselect daripada seluruh negara Malaysia.
Oh, so since daripada seluruh negara Malaysia, agaknya berapa ramai orang dalam PDRM Esports ni?
Untuk selection daripada setiap negeri, anggaran kemungkinan dalam 5,000 peserta untuk Mobile Legends.
Yeah. Wow, 5,000. Dalam 5,000 orang tu, agaknya siapa yang paling muda, ada ke? Like macam muda-muda lagi?
Yang paling muda untuk tim saya rasa ada umur 20 ataupun 21 macam tu.
Oh, okey, menarik. I rasa ramai orang ni first time dengar pasal PDRM Esports kan. So macam mana actually competitiveness dalam PDRM Esports ni?
Untuk kompetitif dalam PDRM Esports, kami bermula daripada bawah, iaitu daripada peringkat daerah. Selection daripada peringkat daerah, menang kat situ akan lawan untuk peringkat negeri. Kami panggil Piala Ketua Polis untuk negeri. Contoh macam Piala Ketua Polis Kedah. Lepas pada tu kami akan pergi ke satu selection lagi, iaitu merebut Piala Ketua Polis Negara, iaitu KPN Cup untuk division Mobile Legends.
I see. So itulah sistemnya daripada daerah dulu, lepas tu negeri, and then after that negara.
Kita naik satu-satu.
Sangat-sangat menarik. And of course, apa sebenarnya end goal PDRM Esports ni? Apa PDRM Esports nak achieve dengan buat competition Mobile Legends di dalam PDRM?
Untuk kami punya jangka masa panjang lah daripada kami punya bos, pengelola kami e-sport, Tuan Daniel, kami akan cuba, mana tahu satu hari nanti ada mal untuk PDRM ke, kita tak tahu. Kami punya perancangan mungkin sampai tahap mal dan MPL, insyaAllah.
Oh, nak juga hantar wakil-wakil ke MAL dan juga MPL. You know what, Super Kai, tadi sebelum game kita dah borak and Super Kai pun cakap di mana Super Kai datang hari ni untuk sokong Team Rey, tapi unfortunately Team Rey kalah game pertama. Is there any kata-kata semangat yang Super Kai nak sampaikan dekat Team Rey sebelum kita mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini?
Untuk Team Rey, kekalkan semangat sebab untuk berjaya kita perlukan kekalahan. Lebih baik kita kalah di sini daripada kita kalah dekat international level. Jadi kita belajar kat sini, insya-Allah saya tahu Siska boleh, jangan risau.
Wey. Thank you very much. Wise words daripada Super Kai. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose. Another surprise interview with PDRM Esports. I love the fact that we're having literal local law enforcement playing MLBB competitively within themselves. Just having something to do, you know? Break the mundane, be competitive.
So yeah, that means that if you're doing some sus things in your MLBB games, now you can get arrested. You never know.
Allegedly, every single time you're in public chat. Allegedly.
Is there a policeman in this game?
Hit up the PDRM Esports group.
I'd like to make a report.
In-game report. Oh, that'd be so funny. Actually, so funny.
I want to report this player. That was me.
That was me. No. Oh boy. All right. Game 2 about to commence in the next 2 minutes or so. We got to see what that draft is going to look like because now we talk about adaptation. Team Rey in particular, right? Nothing wrong with the draft. We just need a different angle to set up for it. You think those first 3 picks are going to change, or is it that second half?
It depends on which side they are, because Vamos is going to be switching sides. Vamos is first pick now.
Ooh.
The Team Rey has red side, which gives them a little more ability to combo the second, third picks. What else is there that they could go for? I do think that Baxia probably not gonna work out that well.
Baxia generally, I think it could have if they knew the exact jungle pathing.
Maybe.
After the first one, they lost it. They're like, what the heck? Where did he go? What did he do? But we got to go look at our MPL MY Insider by Cellcom Digi. We asked Ivan, how do you see your standings in the remaining 3 weeks? He said, we're confident that we can still hold on to second place. When it comes to the playoffs, we'll need to look into our mentality and preparation. Oh, that's interesting. Because it will be a completely different environment. For now, I think we're still okay.
Okay.
I don't know. That doesn't inspire confidence in me, man.
I think it's a fair enough perspective to have, and yes, it would be good if these players could say like, oh, we know what we're going to do.
Dude, I need like a Trump on X type response in MPL Insider. I need to be like,
sure?
We have the best EXP later.
Is that really what you want?
That's exactly what I want, because that does not inspire confidence, but maybe if he cracks it, okay, he's got the card. Okay, he's got the full comic strip art one.
That's pretty nice, pretty nice. Again, cards are on sale here. If you guys want some cards, come to the arena, watch the games live with us. Just like we're gonna be watching game 2 very, very soon. Yeah, what are the hero picks? Zusin, a bit weird these days. Maybe it's time to open Glue?
No.
No?
Never.
You don't like Glue?
I really don't, because he tells one person on your team you don't get to play the game. You know?
I agree with you.
Compared to Kaja, who is like, you don't get to play the game for a little bit. Glue is like, nah, I'm here to remind you.
Kaja is, you don't get to play the game and neither do I.
Here, let me move you around while I do that. Cut to Marcel, it's like, I capture moments, bro. Oh, right, let's have a look. Oh.
Interesting. Vamo is going to be banning out Chip Marcel Fauve on the blue side. Very obvious Harif contestant. Team Rey bans the Fanny Freya.
Okay. What is that? That leaves us with so much.
My life.
Oh my god, they're willing to give everything. Alright, Vamos, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna show us Guinevere? Are you gonna show us the traditional Zushin?
I do like Guinevere more, and so does Vamos. They'll go ahead and snatch that away. Team Rey has the opportunity to go for Zusin. No, Harif is banned.
Oh yeah, it's banned. No.
Guinevere is such a good hero though.
Your team guided.
Uranus. Blind pick Uranus, actually.
It's
okay.
Flex Uranus for sure.
Actually, this is kind of good for Vamos. Now that they see the Uranus, they can go into like, they can give, oh wait, the Sabat, can Sabat play it?
Play what?
He has what, Benedetta? He's got a Benedetta in his pocket, right?
He does. I don't think he's been one of the more stellar ones, but he's able to play.
Yeah, then you just don't have to interact with the Uranus at all.
No, because this is still flexible. This could be a Juskar Uranus too.
Oh, that's also true.
He's had, hold on, how many? 3 games with Uranus.
3 games with the Uranus. Played a majority of the time on. Okay. You're right. Better not jump to conclusions just yet. Keep it safe. Arlet?
Oh, man.
Arlet?
Interesting.
Okay. Wow, dang.
I mean, this used to be one of the Sabat specials.
I mean, sure, but why not go for your mid laner here? Like, you're willing to, like, sacrifice so much here. Lilia's gonna get banned out, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You ban, if you're on Rey's side, you ban Lilia, you ban Eve.
Do you ban Eve? Wait, let me think about this.
Do you ban Eve, actually?
I feel like you can deal with the Eve. You can, oh wait, actually, okay.
Because it's Arlet Eve.
It's Arlet Eve, Gwen, and then they need a support that also triggers, so maybe arguably even glue as well on top of that, right? Oh shucks, they can go for, oh no, Cho's already been taken away, that's even better! Oh, so Cho for Vamos, dang.
That's why they didn't pick mid, because the glue is still open.
Yeah.
They can't lock themselves in yet.
Yeah,
They
man.
need to keep the Faramis as a possibility.
So risky, so risky. The layers right now between the two coaches, well played to Valdo and as well as Caleb. Now we get the next set of bans coming in. The Zetien gets banned out. I'm totally fine with that. Probably gonna ban out the Lilia alongside it. Or why not just ban the glue and save yourself the effort?
Yeah. Oh, they banned Obsidia, one of the Lolil signatures. Are they attacking the gold lane instead? It's possible, since Natko can carry with if he gets farmed.
Yep. Really good bans here, actually. Oh, dang. I don't necessarily, I agree with banning out the Obsidia specifically. She completely outscales all marksmen. There's just no question about it. And it also doesn't help that her range she completely outranges Carry. So Carry can't get the effective early trades like she usually does compared to like Claude or even Moskov. Arguably even Harith as well.
If they still want to attack gold, I think you ban. I was thinking of banning Claude, but it looks like they banned Moskov instead. More willing to handle the Claude, which is a surprise since Lolil still has a 100% win rate on the hero.
Yeah, he does. It might change in just a little bit here.
Our cosmic blaze will never be extinguished.
Okay, Claude, as expected. No surprises there. What are they going to do about this?
What is the plan? Maybe now is the... Maybe now you go glue, right? For the Vamos side?
Glue into Trinity.
But yeah, glue against Claude, not the best.
It's harder to catch Claw compared to most other marksmen, to be fair. You've already got, like, you've got initiation, you have counter initiation, you have damage. Now the question is, how do you zone your opponents without costing too many resources? Because this Cho is, no matter what, going to cause you problems. You have to take a Purify, and there's not a lot of heroes that can really benefit with it. Like, even if I get Lilia here, for all intents and purposes, I have to take the Purify. If not, I'm going to get kicked. I'm going to die before I even get the black shoes off.
Well, let's see what Vamos is going to decide on right here. That sounds like a Kalea.
Lilia.
They're going to be pairing it with the Valor.
Oh, I like this. I like this a lot better, actually. I like this a lot better because now you have access to Kick. Most other ultimates are kind of useless to you, but you also have a Terrify, which is useful for Arlet. Real question at this point is how well can Sabat play if he is going to be the secondary win condition?
Yeah, that is the question, right? We've seen Sabat pop off on the Arlet before in the past, but can he still recreate that level of success? The Valentina here as well also denies a lot of stronger EXP lane picks that Team Rey could play around, like the Lapu, like the Yuzong. So that is another additional reason. So if you want to pair the Tsunami Slam and Kick together to break Purifies, it's difficult to execute.
Very difficult to execute here. I mean, they could go for like a straight up tank if they wanted to. Leomort works well. So again, they couldn't answer the EXP problem, so they're like, all right, Siska, you're playing Uranus. And he's like, ah, damn it again. Another one.
I guess it's fine. We know that Siska can create a lot of space if he's ahead on Uranus. And then Team Rey can be quite active this time around with the Chozusin into the Leomord, but it means they need a solid early game this time around as well.
They can't afford early deaths. Imagine Siska playing 4 games for 1 set of scrims, 4 sets every day.
Ooh,
just playing this one hero. Like, dude, will you lose your mind or not? Like, Subban clearly is going to have a way more fun time, but this hero's obnoxious, but really boring to play.
It really is. He takes damage to heal himself. Unfortunately, we can't heal ourselves from the damage taken playing him over and over again.
In the mental strain, they don't tell you about that. It's like being in a cockpit of an AC-120. There's so much lead in the air that it's dangerous.
I have no idea what that is. We're jumping into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Vamos versus Team Rey. Will Vamos be able to find the revenge they've been looking for since leg 1 of the regular season?
Yep. An AC-120 is the big kill streak thing that you get in Call of Duty. When you're in the plane, that's an AC.
It's a plane?
It's a gunship, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, you're shooting out of the side of gunship.
I don't play the
shooting full of lead. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's more pop culture.
Level 2 mid lane gank from Error. Martizi down to 10%. He gets out.
Was nobody watching for that? Can they not have punished that? Did Zekeep just not have anything, maybe? I'm not 100% sure. Because it's one of those ganks where you're looking to kind of skew the tide into one side's favor. And honestly, he's already done the job, right? With that initial engage, there's no more regenerate on the other side, and Zekeep can walk and take the damage, not having to worry about too much.
It's a pretty even trading between both these duos in the mid lane. Zekeep gonna... Oh, here comes Error again. Purify used. I'm liking the activeness from Error.
And that's exactly what he should be doing. Early conditioning of your opponents. You are not scared to initiate. You are not scared to use the Magic Thump. You still have Spatial Migration to get out of there, and Kwakun and Zekeep to guarantee your escape. So that's why Super Bowl getting involved, and also has costed Martizi a good amount of resources. I've also noticed that Martizi, he's kind of jumpy in a lot of these situations. Like, sometimes he overreacts. Like, even when he was playing Zushin the previous time, he gets jumped on. He still had Purified. He ulted and Purified.
I agree with you. I can see those situations happen, and that needs to be fixed. Resources are valuable under these circumstances. Scar actually able to steal the crab.
Small win, small jungle
It's a cheeky steal right there.
Hey, that's exactly what you need. Zekeep might be in some trouble, but he gets out no problem whatsoever. As we see, eventually, Arlet's going to hit level 4 here, and we want to wait for the combo. Target priority is important.
Falcon going to steal away the horse, not using it yet, but Crimson Beacon's out. Flicker Final Slash doesn't catch anyone, only Siska, but they do jump on him and go down. First blood to Subban. Lord dropping low. Jiskar secures the first turtle of the game, and now they go in on Kwakun. He's able to dash away, though. 2-man stun from Subban, and now Jiskar gets punished. Zekeep picks up a kill.
Beautifully done. That's exactly what we want to see. Kwakun played that so very, very well. He drags out his abilities until there's only 1 second left to cast them. Shadow Strike doesn't matter. He holds it up till the very end.
And now Lolil is in danger. He's not gonna have Purify, actually. It was used earlier. Free kill up top.
Free. And this is what you want to see from Vamos. Every little advantage needs to be taken advantage of course. Now, there's still a potential gank down on bottom side. Siska has 30 seconds left before he gets his Purify back up. Unfortunately, Arrow 404 won't be able to do that initial setup because he still has to top to bottom jungle clear.
But considering things, his team is already doing very, very well for themselves. We talked about how important it is for... Oh, hold on, in the jungle, they're jumping in. Crimson Beacon already used, and now Ivan caught out Violet Requiem. That's another free pickoff for Vamos.
Yep, if Team Rey doesn't find the initial pick in the first 3 seconds, knowing that Guinevere is nearby, you should give up on it. Really shouldn't test their fate here. I'm actually surprised. I'm looking at Team Rey. I would have imagined that Siska would be doing a much better job at this stage at like trying to develop a lead, but we've seen constantly Arrow 404, he's just about when the lane is about to be demolished, Arrow 404 is at the right side of the map and he has to back away.
Yeah, there's some impressive discipline coming in from Team Vamos. You can tell there is a game plan. They seem to have prepared for this one quite well because there's none of that usual bombasticness. They are hitting the timings perfectly.
Yep. And now Siska has adjusted, now looking to freeze that wave. Top side as well. Both goal laners trying to influence the wave as much as they can as mid is at a complete standstill. Ivan, however, might have a play in mind. He doesn't have Flicker, but he's sitting by Tribrush.
a little bit of a reminder of the stakes here. Ivan's Cho and Lolil's Claude are still both at 100% win rate, and the game is not looking good right now, so Vamos could be looking at breaking those streaks.
Oh, win rates at risk here.
Oh, final slash! Sabat finds Marchese! And the Violent Requiem beautifully done! Sets up! Jesgar steals the turtle away, Blazing Duet does some good zoning, but the damage is already done. Vamos finds the much better trade, and now they're looking to dive actually, but they'll just stop at taunting.
Pretty good, all things considered. Jesgar still was able to get the turtle, which is the most important thing. Despite losing a couple of members, it's not the end of the world. Your team can actually scale, and you do have some decent wave clear in comparison.
Oh, stop out again! Flicker final slash. Lolil has BMI, he's able to get out. Siska has to use Purify just in case of the Tsunami Slam. Crimson Beacon gonna be used up, but diving in deep, he picks up the Mega! He gets shut down, but man, that's stylish.
Nicely done.
Error with the Violent Requiem. Vamos not letting up on the pressure. They find another kill on the Uranus. Flicker kick is good right into the Phantom Steed. But error! The movement! Vamos is styling on their opponent.
Yo! We needed a replay of that. That was so sick. That he completely juked Jesgar. He completely juked him. Made him think at 100 beats per minute. Oh, that was nice. That was so nice.
We know Vamos is a momentum-based team, and they got so much of it from game one.
God, they are playing so well right now. Taking the time with this, and even Sapat, the fact that he was able to find Loliels in a 1v3 scenario when he should have died way earlier, all of these small moments are starting to add up. And in terms of overall gold lead, Sapat holding a wide majority of it. And it feels like Siska, unfortunately, not only couldn't find that winning lane, but because of this jungle pathing, it is just negating the fact every advantage he creates gets reset to 0.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for Siska. This is not one of his comfort picks here. He's not able to playmake the lane, especially against an Arlet, who is having a much bigger impact in the team fights for Vamos so far. 8 kills to 1 before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, Siska has to take control of this lane somehow. Like, he has to start proxying, he has to gate. Oh!
DK flickers in, Tsunami Slam steals away Ivan into the Violent Requiem. The combo is beautiful! Ivan goes down, it's killing spree for Airful Roar. Blazing Duet gonna be used, Purify as well. Jesgar finds a return kill on Clockhood. Team Rey still trading evenly for now, but Sapat once again with Final Slash on Tree. Keeps them away from the rest of the team. Area in a danger, but look at that once again. Jumps his way out to safety. At least this time though, Team Rey should be able to get the turtle. No, Sapat jumping way back in. Error! He steals the turtle!
He finds one back. Oh my goodness, this game is going to be a consistent back and forth from the looks of it. Jesgar gets one, Arrow 404 gets one, and now Nako in trouble!
Jesgar actually dodges away from Violent Requiem, but he's surrounded 1v4. The save from Vamos is too good! The Leo mode goes down, Siska comes from the side, but it's too late.
Zkeep keeps him alive. That heal, so useful in moments like that, where you're a sliver of HP, you think you got him, and yet they don't. Now, while all of this is happening, the entire bottom side has not been touched this entire time. And Siska, unfortunately, hasn't been taking advantage. He keeps having to leave this lane to get involved.
Oh my goodness, Error. He's styling. Violent Requiem. Another Purify used. Mid-tower gone. Vamos has this game under their grasp.
70% to 30%. Oh, the votes have been given. The votes have been given, and we have yet to see it. Vamos have now cracked that mid open. I think now the invade should be a little bit more progressive, but unfortunately, because of the way that mid trio works, they can't do it. They need Team Rey to believe that they can.
Team Rey, they're trying, but it's clear that they've lost way too much momentum. Multiple deaths on most of their cores at this point. The only consolation is the net worth difference not as big as you would think, considering everything that's happened, but Lolil is suffering.
Okay, okay. Now they're going for it.
Yep, Tsunami Slam, Violent Requiem, the combo is way too good. Rey knows they have to abandon Siska.
Yep, beautiful 4-man execution. They get another turret off of this, and this is where we want to see Team Vamos really pour gasoline on this fire. 16 seconds left until the very first Lord, and you can tell that they are making sure they are more on top of the waves than Team Rey.
Triple Purify has been the speller of doom for Kalea teams in the past, but pair that up with a Guinevere and you're A-okay. Team Rey needs to hold on to the resources longer, but it's so difficult.
It is hard. It's hard. Marchese, he's got to take some risks here. He's got to start walking up.
Saban, final slash on O'Leal! He's dashing in! All the way straight through. Blazing Druid has to be used defensively. Here comes the Crimson Beacon as well. Lord dropping low. Tsunami Slam going to be used into Violet Requiem. And Eric secures the Lord at the same time. Jumps in, gets the knockup on Jiskar once again. They're dismantling Team Rey. 2 kills for free.
Vamos, vamos! This team has put some good preparation here today. They're really picking up, like, they know Ivan's habits. They figured it out. They know his unconscious behaviors.
And they're punishing it hard. Another final slash, this time whiffs. Violet Requiem a bit strange, so for once Vamos makes a misplay, but Era just jumps straight in again. O'Leal explodes. Mega kill. Tsunami Slam used. Purify defensively. Team Rey can do nothing in this situation. Era once again dunks in with Saban. Final slash pushes Ivan in. Saban! He is proving the naysayers wrong right now. Mega kill for Natko.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Oh my goodness. I don't know how they come back from this if you're in Team Rey's position. This is so losable. You just don't have the item power spike to work with. You lose the Holy Shielding. You have a full healthy Lord on top side.
10 minutes in, the Lord's alive. Final
oh my god, please
misses,
take advantage of it.
But it doesn't even matter at this point. Mid tower's gone. Vamos transitions to top. They can even take this slowly because Rey just has no damage.
Yes.
Finger in, Tsunami Slam. Catches one. Purify used on Marchese already.
Make another play here.
Back through. They're going to be able to lock down Zeke if he's healing, but he will eventually go down. Sabat stuck inside the base. He's going to dash straight back in, trying to find some healing, but it's going to be a double kill for Jiskar. A mistake from Vamos.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Vamos, they had abilities to throw. Just throw the abilities. Why did you leave Zeke to die by yourself? Even Clawkun was able to respond to it, but maybe it was just a little too much. A little too much in the chaos there. Couldn't do anything else, and even Sabat just a little slow with the final slash. I really thought that he was going to chain it all together, but fortunately, at least they don't give the big shutdowns, right? Nako is still alive. Arrow 404 is still alive, so their AK lead still maintains.
It's not too big of a deal for Vamos, but gives Rey a little bit back to stand in this game. Trinity finally completed for O'Leal at the 12-minute mark. It's still gonna take a long time before Rey can truly fight on equal measure.
I don't know, give it 2 minutes. I think that Team Rey can actually fight on equal measure if we see a bigger mistake come out from Vamos' side, right? It's Trinity, already complete for O'Leal's. He has damage. It is clear that they can have damage, but they can't play for picks, unfortunately. Considering that Team Vamos has a very net style of play, right? Have people in kill teams of 2, make sure that Arrow 404 is somewhere in between either one of those parties, and it's the chain CC. And so far, in terms of impeccability, Clawkun, really good eyes for chaining the CC together when 2 parts just can't seem to come together. Like Arrow 404 is too far away, and then Zeke has to go for the ult.
Yeah, I think the coordination from Vamos has been very, very good so far, outside of that one mistake in the base. They still have a 7k gold lead. 16 kills to 4 is still a massive gap for Rey to breach, but they are now able to at least walk up and see if they can contest Lord. Oh, O'Leal jumps in, gets caught. Violet Requiem has to purify out. BMI already, many tools gone on the Claude. Siska holding the front line for now.
Yep. They just have to show that they're taking position here. That's exactly what you want to do. Oh, there's final slash. This is perfect. Team Rey looking.
Tsunami Slam gonna be used. Ivan jumps into the wrong place. A Nolan Saban with the triple sweep lineup. Double kill for Natko. The entirety of Team Rey falls like bowling pins with only one left. Jiskar, the final bastion. Nothing but a stone in the path for Vamos. They're gonna run their way down the mid lane. They already got minions in the base. Not even gonna stop the taunt. They know what they've done. It's a clean sweep for Team Vamos.
Vamos, they came in extra prepared here today to get a solid 2-0 victory. No questions that unfortunately Team Rey were outclassed in this match, whether it came down to the drafting, but my god, the chemistry. Vamos, they adapted just much better into this. The set early game plays of Team Rey could not find its mark.
This is a clear sign of preparation done, ladies and gentlemen. Vamos has always been a team with a strong foundation, and it seems like they found a bit of polish in the past week to transform it into the gameplay we've seen today.
It's nice. Very proud of Vamos. What a very good showing and something to reinvigorate the fans with. For Team Rey's side, I think this goes to show, right? That mentality and how they're feeling about the game really goes a long way. If you're feeling confident, they check those bushes there. They make that single mistake, they need to recover on those mistakes. Both sides actually on very even footing, but it's the mentality that makes the difference.
And Vamos came in with spades of it. This is an early game team for sure. But now that it's the end game, let's see what they have to say. We'll throw it to the interview up on stage.
Berjaya patahkan win streak Team Rey. Vamos comes in with the sweetest revenge. 2-0 bersih dan game yang sangat-sangat clean, boys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, kita borak dulu dengan Zikif. So, Zikif, kalau kita tengok balik di game pertama kan, Vamos ada 10k gold lead. Adakah dominance ini tengah tunjuk kepada semua orang that Vamos dah tahu macam mana Team Rey actually main?
Sebenarnya kita orang fokus dekat diri kita orang sendiri semula lah. So kita orang dapatkan momentum macam mana kita orang win streak hari tu. So kita orang perbaiki apa yang kita orang lemah lah.
Okay, now kita borak pasal win streak di leg pertama. Sebab kalau kita tengok di leg pertama, yang patahkan win streak Vamos adalah Team Rey, betul?
Betul.
Dan tadi dalam satu quote daripada Zikif kata antara punca kekalahan sebelum ni is because ada beberapa player yang ada masalah untuk reset mental dan sebagainya, betul?
Betul.
So dengan kemenangan ini, adakah Zikif dah yakin semua player dalam Vamos dah dapat reset dengan sepenuh-penuhnya and of course ready untuk beberapa match yang akan datang?
Ya, kita rasa kita orang dah sedia sebab sekarang kita orang pun dah tambah satu player kan. And player kita orang ni pun orang kata badut kat game house kan. So kita orang memang happy je lah sekarang.
The glue guy lah diorang kata. Orang yang buat semua orang happy, terhibur. So, dialah punca kemenangan pula hari ni.
Betul.
Betul. So, of course, kita nak cakap dengan punca kemenangan hari ni iaitu Sepat.
Halo guys.
Selamat kembali ke dunia MPL Malaysia.
Thank you. Minggu lepas tak dapat interview kan?
Minggu lepas, ni soalan Rose minggu lepas tapi kena bawa hari ni.
Okay.
So, of course, Rose nak tanya apa perasaan untuk kembali aksi di pentas MPL Malaysia?
Alhamdulillah, sangat-sangat happy, sangat-sangat percaya diri. And Alhamdulillah hari ni dapat menang dan dapat buat yang terbaik as a player.
Now, kita tengok Sepat actually dah lama tak main di pentas MPL. So, masa Sepat dipanggil oleh Vamos, you rasa macam nervous sikit tak, jujur? Macam tak boleh catch up dengan meta?
At that time, saya tak rasa macam tu pun sebab saya still training untuk individual skill saya still streaming. And then, but minggu lepas agak sedikit gugup lah sebab preparation saya dengan dorang tak sebagus hari ni lah. So, Alhamdulillah hari ni saya dapat buat yang terbaik dan buktikan apa yang saya boleh, itu je.
I rasa kalau kita tengok last week mungkin belum sync lagi lah kan, synchronization, chemistry, tapi nampak hasil yang sangat-sangat bagus untuk minggu ni dan perlawanan ini. And of course sebelum ni Sepat juga dah main dalam Vamos tapi kali ni dah ada geng-geng baru lah kan. Rindu tak player-player dulu?
Rindu, especially Zon, Chibi, Warlord, Nets also. My brothers. So yeah.
Ada kata-kata tau untuk orang sebab you rindu.
Hopefully next season or next 2 season we can play together, itu je.
Weh, nak comeback ke Vamos OG ni?
I don't know.
Kalau ikut Sepat nak lah. Okay, I rasa betul tu. And of course, I rasa your abang ni tengah tengok online mungkin ada kata-kata ke untuk Saiful?
Untuk Angga. Akhirnya dapat menang Hype-hypekan aku sikit. Jangan Sepat out je. Sebab dia punca Sepat out kan. So hari ni hopefully hype-hypekan aku sikit lah. Itu je untuk Angga.
Dia sangat-sangat hype untuk you.
Betul.
Tadi Rose dah baca dah. Sangat-sangat hype, sangat-sangat proud. Of course guys, kita pun dah nampak clean sweep daripada side Vamos tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Agak-agaknya siapa MVP dia? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Sepat!
Baru main MVP
Bukan baru main, tu last week. Tu last week. Tapi hari ni prestasi yang sangat-sangat baik daripada Vamos. So dengan prestasi ni, you guys ada 4 match lagi sepanjang regular season, betul?
Betul.
Adakah you yakin Vamos is ready to go to playoffs and of course potentially win it all?
Yep, kita orang yakin dan kita orang akan pergi ke playoff. dan itu target pertama kita orang as a team. And then kita orang akan cuba menangkan mana-mana pertandingan yang boleh untuk bawa momentum tu ke playoff, itu je.
Alright, I rasa tu fans Vamos mesti nak sangat dengar. You know what, Sepat, anything you nak sampaikan dekat fans yang datang and of course support Team Vamos hari ni?
So, pertama sekali, terima kasih untuk Bos Hanan sebab datang dan bos-bos yang lain juga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much coaching staff. Thank you so much fans-fans Vamos, fans-fans Team Rey juga. Thank you sebab meriahkan MPL MY. Thank you mana yang tengok stream. Ya, doakan kita orang. Semoga kita orang lebih berjaya lepas ni. And then kita akan buat yang terbaik lah. Tak akan mengecewakan kita orang. Tak akan mengecewakan korang.
Baru betul.
Gugup sikit.
Terima kasih and once again congratulations to Team Vamos on that amazing win. Sekarang let's right back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Our MVP of this game goes over to none other than Team Vamos' very own Sapan. Used to be known as Sapakito, but now we gotta figure out something else now that he's playing Arlet. I've been thinking about it. I have not gotten anything remotely good.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite work together.
Yeah, so Arlopat.
I don't know. Arpat?
Arlopat?
Arlet just sounds like a...
It's bad, it's bad.
What we need is to buff Paquito.
Yes, buff Paquito!
Buff Paquito!
Bring back Paquito, you solve the
Benedetta.
That was a fun meta. You actually needed to like know your matchup. If not, you're just washed.
I miss Paquito so much.
I agree. But that doesn't change the fact that it's a 21-4 victory for Vamos. A complete domination from beginning to the end.
There was only a singular mistake by Vamos at the end game when they tried to push in and kind of abandoned ZKF and then Sapat afterwards, but Error and Natko were untouched the entire game. Clawkun was doing a very good job of holding the backbone, making sure he's wherever the team needs of him, and Team Rey just couldn't match up.
Yeah, they couldn't match up, and unfortunately, there was nothing much they could do about it because they were always the ones making the first move. And you see so many times, the biggest problem, I think they read into a lot of the behaviors of Ivan, right? If he's going for a flank, he's definitely looking for an engage. And ZK, he clocked that in. Same goes for Clawkun, who he probably told about. Hey, if he's coming in from an off angle and not a traditional front to back, he will look to flicker. We can kill him right here, right now.
It's great to see how active Vamos was with these shot calls. They were moving so fast. They were rotating early. Error literally went to the mid lane at level 2 and then at level 3.
Yeah.
Just to waste resources. And then he never stopped on that as well. There were 3 Purifies on Team Rey and they were still getting caught every single time.
Yeah, but there's just too many big abilities to dodge, right? A lot of it has, and worst of all, some of them actually have pretty big hitboxes. Final Slash, Magic Thump, really good examples of them as well.
Yeah, I love how Sapat was playing, how aggressive he was on this Arlet, and
as he should.
The cooldown on Final Slash, you don't really think about it compared to a lot of the other ults in the game, but it is so quick.
It's like, what, 12 seconds at like level 15 with all the... Well, assuming what your item build is, but traditional item build with a little bit of CDR, it's fine. It's okay.
I think it's time to change the name of the skill, because it's clearly not final.
The Final Slash, comma, again! Not the last, in brackets, not the last one.
Final Slash, A New Hope.
Final Slash, episode 3.
Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, that's good, that's good. All right, once again, our official food delivery Grab Food notices that our rich guy, Natkill, he didn't hit 800 this game, despite a 21-4. Despite a 21-4, how does he not get 800 GPM?
Honestly, that's a good question.
Right?
I think they were just fighting so much that he didn't really bother farming anymore.
Were they that worthless at that point? He was like, I've died 8 times. I'm only giving you 10 gold.
It's not impossible, honestly. It's a bit of a feels bad moment for Team Rey. Siska especially just can't do anything on this Uranus. You can tell that they kind of were forced to give it to him at the end.
Yeah. Well, okay, to be fair, they didn't know what exactly Era 404's path was going to be. For all intents and purposes, it could have gone over into the gold lane, right? And I would make an argument, unfortunately, that Era 404's, the few times that he showed up into the Uranus's lane, already gave Siska a bit of chills. Because you can tell he's not proxying at that point. He's figured out, based on the information on the other side of the map, that he's always pathing downwards.
It does feel like Team Rey were affected by the previous game. Just not the style of Team Rey we know. But Vamos were so aggressive. Every single minute something's happening.
Yeah, where was that super sick play? Where is the choke kick into the spatial migration? That's the one I want to see.
Here.
Okay, here it is. So he knocks up. Okay.
Was it here? Yeah, it's here.
This one. He gets boom, kick, jumps the wrong way, spatial migrations it. That's how he got away. So he was trying to predict. It's not that he completely missed. He was just was trying to predict the initial spatial migration.
And just can't catch up. Error firing on all cylinders. You can tell that the energy of the team is very high after their previous victory, and Team Rey not able to match it. I think that they had a composition that could have done something this time around, but weren't pushing themselves to do so.
I think the only way they could have really find that big punishment is if there were more rotations to the mid lane. But it's hard, right? Because Justgar is playing Leomord. He needs to be level 4 to get things done.
And by then, Clawkun can actually match his freak, so it's tough. I think that Vamos definitely won out these drafts. They won out the strat. They came in with a game plan, and I'm hoping that we see more of this Vamos.
I would like to see more of this Vamos, if I'm being completely honest. Very well prepared, very well disciplined, and honestly, that was one of the few times we get to see just a little bit of polish start to show, and that's great to see. Again, this is only expected on the latter half of MPL, which is super frustrating. It's only like week 6, like, oh, before this where we only had like, what, 6 weeks? 4, 5, and 6 is the time where suddenly everybody gets better. Here, just took a little bit longer. We have to wait until week 6, and then we get it.
I mean, we're Malaysian.
We're just late.
We know the timing. We're going to wait for the timing.
You say 2:30, we'll show up at 2:35. Why? Because we can.
Yep, basically that, right? Your meeting is at 2 p.m. You say, I can just make that. And then it gets delayed to 2:30. It's like, I'll wait a little longer.
So true. Look, if you guys are fans of Team Rey, they still have games to play. 4 more games are left on the table with IG, BTRM, RRQ Tora, and of course, it's going to be SRG. But on the opposite end, Vamos, their games, they're running out of time. And most of their games are getting starting to get sold out pretty early on. May 23rd, 24th, 2 last games.
These are pretty exciting as well. Vamos' next matches, RRQ and SRG. If they're able to keep this kind of performance going, those are going to be pretty exciting matches.
Yeah, they are going to be exciting matches, but it's going to be a really rough week. It's going to be such a rough week. Because facing off RRQ is like, okay, sure. What's after that? SRG. Is that our only opponent? Yes.
Well, at least more time to prepare for it, right?
Well, that's fair. Plenty of time to prepare for it, and honestly, plenty of time to get yourself some cool merchandise. TNT Co. Daily Predictions activity where fans guess which team will win. They get to write down their predictions before the match and pass the voting cards to the TNT Co. booth, which is right outside, right at the beginning of the entrance. Winners, they get 10 per day, randomly selected from correct answers. 200 MLBB diamonds per winner. So that's 10 per day. They're giving out about 2,000 diamonds to people randomly. There's online purchases that you can apply the promo code to get free shipping, which also includes East Malaysia. An offline purchase which buys 2 pieces to get 50 ringgit off. Actually, this is pretty good. I'm sorry, I was supposed to be doing an ad read. I'm genuinely interested in what they have to offer.
So come visit. Check that out.
Yeah, their booth is actually not that far. Come visit TNT Co.'s booth for more merchandise and more details, of course.
And that's only happening if you are here live at the arena. Once again, if you are buying online, there is a promo code. Make sure to use that. Even in East MY, you can get free shipping, so that's really, really nice. These are good quality t-shirts. You guys want to grab them. we definitely will check them out after this because we have some time.
Yes, just a little bit. Hey, we're curious to hear about the mic check. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. But until then, here's the mic check. Thank you for watching.
Aman. Main guys. Ini badang. Lapu nggak ada flicker. Sabar target. Kau. Lapu. Mati lapu. Nice. Boleh lock. Guys. Play ke badang
Dah pecah sih tu. Nice.
Nice. Begini main.
Nice ni.
Respect. Nice banget.
Nice.
Main dulu. Bunuh dulu. Dah mati.
Nice one, bro. Nice one, guys.
Gua TP nih. Enggak ada mana.
Guys, one more game, guys. Pasti, guys. Reset.
Ini vamos, boy. Let's go. Fokus lagi, guys.
Pasti.
Lo guys, jomor. Cari Abdin. Coba flicker. Lagi. Mi. Tuh. Itu apa? Hati. Aku tak ada. Oh, mati. Lagi. Ini lo semua. Guys. Bye. Sabar. Atas. Kejap. Lagi. Bye.
Kip, kemenangan pertama penat lawan si Sky, Kip.
Let's go. Alamak. Koncek. Kalah ke vamos itu.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Tora Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik Man. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
木ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Mas keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Oh, siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia, dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang come back. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Koja. Itu saja daripada saya dan Koja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa hadapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Tora Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti jangan siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Uzumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Oh, siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS
Betul.
ni. Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Puja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Puja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player yang masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
digital anda di sini.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti jangan siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi? Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar Zon. Aku pun lapar Zon. Kami faham Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo kawan-kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
アマテラス愚かなる弟よ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる王子と子供騙しかアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Oh, siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapatlah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan yang paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard kan?
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia, dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang come back. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Koja. Itu saja daripada saya dan Koja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる王子と子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
アマテラス愚かなる弟よ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる男。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
Sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Puja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Puja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu, diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan ADNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang, sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan yang paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama, sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia, dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Tora Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Tora Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Tora Academy.
Cultured by Tora.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, fearless ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Terus ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused.
Cultured by Torak. Torak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success. Powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody. Our second best of 3 is about to commence here live in Quill City Mall at the MPL Arena in Quill City Mall Level 6. It is currently 7:55. Good night to most people out there here locally, but for those watching online from across the world, welcome. The MPL MY is excited to have you. The English broadcast, of course, ready to take you. With all of our players getting ready here up on the stage, we want to make sure that everybody has a clean chance. BTRM will now face off against RRQ. They're coming in unshaven and ready to play.
We just came off of a dominating performance in our very first match of the day with Vamos taking down Team Rey for a perfect revenge 2-0 clean sweep. And now it's time to see which of the next two teams will be able to emerge victorious.
We don't know whether this is going to be a 2-0 sweep considering both teams' performances. BTRM was able to kind of even it out and find their very first wins. And RRQ Tora, unfortunately, have not been able to maintain that presence. I don't know about you, Sadafa, but I think for the audience, you need to deliberate on that thing. Let that sink in while you type in the QR code. Scan the QR code or type in the redeem code for yourselves for some in-game rewards.
I want to see who the maniac is who can type in a QR code.
Oh,
that would be something else entirely.
They do it line by line.
Yeah. Luckily, no one here is doing that, right? Shout out to that one guy who is and is offended after that one. But hello once again. to the stream, the English desk, and we once again have to let you guys know about Infinix GT50 Pro.
Powered by the HydroFlow liquid cooling, no lag, just smooth gameplay at 144 FPS. Pressure Sense GT triggers fast and responsive for MLBB players. This one's for you. Get it now on the Infinix official store or TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia. It's important to follow their stores here. If you're not going to see their latest deals.
Yeah, and just to make sure you guys have been paying attention, is this the same model we've been promoting up until now? Is it?
Survey says 60% of people are going to get this wrong. This is a rough guess. I think more people are going to, like 90% of people are not going to know.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even blame him because I would be one of them if I wasn't here.
Hey, but if you get it right, you might get yourself another code. Just incentivize people some more just for it. Who knows? Who knows? You can check the previous streams in case we're just talking smoke out our bums. But for now, really have to take a hard look at RRQ Tora. They have been on a steady losing streak each and every time. Closest games they've had, SRG. Some of the other games have been a bit disappointing, but now the BTRM has kind of changed that perspective. The first time they're made, which we, by the way, we're putting it up on the screen right now, it was domination here by RRQ Tora. They completely dumpstered them.
Yeah, the paths that both these teams have taken have basically been two sides of a coin, with RRQ starting the season strong, BTR starting pretty bad, and then turning it all around in better or worse. RRQ, while they already had a little bit of difficulty in their first meetup, you can tell that their performance has not quite been able to keep up compared to what we saw them start the season with.
Yeah, and some of these players have been swapped out as well. BTRM has made acquisitions. Same goes for RRQ Tora. We do not know if those acquisitions are going to be playing here up today, but we'll find out in just a little bit. But speaking of history, at least for Bigatron MY by Vitality, from this point onwards, they only gotten better. And I would argue that they might have a better chance now while RRQ is still trying to figure out what their problem is. Who knows? They might have already figured it out.
Yeah, it's possible they figured it out, but at the same time, RRQ has had time to think about what is the issue, right? We already saw earlier how Team Vamos has been able to completely revamp themselves, figure out, okay, how do we play against Team Rey? How do we clean up our own gameplay? How do we integrate Sabat in? And it looked really good. So both these teams have a chance of doing the same thing.
Very good chances at doing the exact same thing. But I want to talk about, are we going to see Witty today? Or are we going to see Super Yoshi? I know some people have been very critical of what me and LaFell said about Super Yoshi, but at the same time, it's a polarizing opinion, right? Super Yoshi has already admitted hero pool. He's proficient in certain heroes, other heroes not as much, and it shows.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate thing because he was so stellar early on, but
he is good.
As the issues, a lot of players have limited hero pools and they gotta work on that. Now, we can have a look at the qualification chances of both these teams to make it to the playoffs.
Yup, I mean, this is quite the advantage because in terms of match plays, both have played 8. They still have 6 matches left. However, when we look specifically at the maximum amount of points, 10 is kind of gigantic for the side of RRQ Tora in comparison to the max point of 9. Now, previously, well, based on what we've seen for the other two teams that we saw in our first best of 3, those numbers weren't even remotely close to double digits.
Exactly. So this is an interesting situation where RRQ can still make it very far up the chart despite being close to relegation right now, while BTR is sitting at that very precarious 6th place spot. Remember, only the top 6 teams will be able to make it to the playoffs.
Yep, and also keep in mind that it's important that we're looking at the aggregate, because assuming that both of these teams are at the same number of points, we look immediately to the aggregate to break the tiebreaker. So if it's like you're at a 6-7 position, oh my god, you are praying that you have more aggregate points.
I know there's a lot of people who will say 6-7 when that happens.
Don't worry, I've already got the list of things I will do if people start making that joke.
It's happened so often that even I thought of it when I heard you say it.
Don't worry, as soon as I said one of the 2 numbers, I knew exactly where this was leading to.
I never wanted this.
No, I didn't, and that's why walking into the live traffic is actually a potential option if you decide to do that, or maybe cancel important subscriptions like life insurance. That's another one. Don't pay your taxes and see what happens, you know? Like, really wild stuff.
A very interesting message that we're sending here today.
Hey,
but,
don't do bad things.
Only the best for you guys here.
Hey, simply the best. Look, I'm just stoked that we already got BTRM esports here without Ardeen. I can't wait to hoard it over his head and show him random clips of this one guy he's probably never seen in his life because it's a very big org.
It is true, that is true. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this match goes. But before we get things started, we have an interview with Rose for you guys to check out. So Rose, take it away.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan RRQ menentang dengan BTRM by Vitality, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan Widdy. Hai Widdy.
Halo.
Sehat?
Sehat.
Okay Widdy, Rose nak tanya beberapa soalan tentang RRQ Tora. You ready?
Ready.
Okay Widdy. So, kalau kita tengok balik di MPL ID, Dairen dengan Widdy ni biasanya lawan tau. Jumpa di dalam Land of Dawn. Tapi tiba-tiba di MPL Malaysia suddenly become teammate. Apa perasaan Widdy untuk jumpa Dairen sebagai teammate? And of course, pakai jersey yang sama pula kali ni.
Ya, perasaannya lebih ke awalnya aneh sih. Cuma setelah ngerasain setim ya seru lah. Soalnya kita saling melengkapi kekurangan satu sama lain. Jadi ya sangat seru dan bisa buat kita improve juga satu sama lain.
Dapat complete the incompleteness lah orang kata dalam chemistry kan. And of course, Widdy pun kita tahu masuk di transfer window minggu lalu, betul? Tapi kenapa minggu ni baru sahaja Widdy dapat masuk?
Oh, ini karena ada administration lah, kayak contracting gitu.
Oh, so sekarang dah okay?
Ya, harusnya udah. Makanya udah.
Harusnya udah, so main hari ni lah.
Ya.
Okay. And of course, minggu lepas, selepas satu kekalahan, Poji ada satu segmen namanya Panas ke Tidak, di mana Poji interview Coach Sasa tentang kekalahan berturut-turut RRQ Tora, and Coach Sasa pun bagi tahu that kekalahan tu actually salah satu puncanya adalah hero pool. Adakah you rasa dengan kemasukan Widdy, hero pool punya problem sudah pun selesai?
Sebenarnya kalau hero pool sih nggak ada masalah apa-apa sih. Cuma emang Widdy ngelihatnya dari bahasanya sih emang kayak susah gitu buat sesama anak-anaknya buat sharing apa yang dia pikirin satu sama lain. Jadi ya itu jadi nyambung ke masalah hero pool gitu-gitu sih Widdy lihatnya.
More towards boleh faham bahasa lagi cepat, boleh brainstorm lagi cepat, and bila dah dapat idea boleh share and semua orang terus faham, betul?
Ya, betul.
And benda tu mungkin boleh bantu dalam chemistry RRQ Tora. And of course, last but not least, RRQ Tora masih lagi mencari poin untuk layak ke playoffs yang akan datang. Dengan kemasukan Widdy, adakah Widdy yakin RRQ Tora boleh pun masuk ke playoff? And of course, mungkin wakil Malaysia di EWC?
Yakin lah. Cuma kita tetap step by step dulu. Setiap tim di MPL Malaysia masih punya chance buat ke playoff karena emang udah ada persaingan lah yang kelihatan lah dari nomor 2 sampai 8 kan. Jadi ya Widdy mau improve dulu sih sama RRQ Tora, kita cari chemistry terus kejar setiap tim satu-satu.
You know what Widdy, terima kasih. Harap yang baik-baik aja untuk perlawanan ini. Good luck, and with that mari let's join to our casters untuk mulakan perlawanan RRQ Tora menentang dengan BTRM by Vitality.
Thanks so much, Rose. That was the exclusive pre-interview with Widdy, who's going to be playing here today. Real handsome man here up on that stage, joining the team very recently, and we heard from Sasa last week that Widdy was going to play here today. I still have my questions and doubts about it, but it looks like now he's been fully integrated to RRQ Tora.
It's interesting to see what kind of changes his presence will bring to this lineup. RRQ Tora in the first couple of weeks was known to be a highly aggressive team, and we know that Widdy is a very aggressive style roamer, so he does have a chance of meshing well with the rest of the players, but there are all other deep-seated issues that RRQ is still dealing with, and I'm wondering if the regulars have been able to overcome them.
I mean, they were already talking about having some level of communication structure amongst them. I don't know if that wasn't implemented before or whether that's something new, but they faced off against the away team Bigatron MY by Vitality, with Chiku guys Rasi, Zay, Chibi, and as well as Lynch and Chibi have been really great acquisitions. Lynch especially has been an absolute solid pillar for Bigatron from the moment he touched the land of Dawn.
Yeah, I think that EXP lane matchup is going to be an exciting one to watch, considering that Dyron has been a bit hit or miss. Really depends on having the right heroes to play. Does Lynch have a similar issue? Will we see what his hero pool is capable of? We'll find that out. And then there's also Chiku, guys, of course, who really rallies the squad.
He does. He gives a good layer of leadership, but it's the drafting which I'm most concerned about for everybody here. So hopefully it's going to be in. Let's introduce our teams.
Ya Wid, ya menangin ya.
Iya. Sekarang kalah, tapi di SE menang kalah?
Menang gua.
Menang? Oh ya, 2-1 ya?
Iya.
Oh. Tapi ini menang
Ger.
Menang. Ya, harusnya ya.
Motor BTR nih. Weh, Ger.
Hari ini full dok, tiket sold out dok. Aku sebab Chibi ya?
Ya doh. Sebelum ini BTR pernah sold out selain SRG? Tak pernah kan? Dengar cik, siapa yang tak tengok, nak tengok Gary versus Chibi.
Ya dok, tak nak tengok dok. Kalau aku tak ada tiket, aku beli kat ulat tiket.
Itu dia.
Aku sanggup beli kat ulat tiket.
Harga 50 pun aku beli dah.
Ya, walaupun tiket itu RM10.
The Kingdom enters the arena under siege, carrying the weight of 4 straight defeats upon his back. But even wounded, the Tigers refuse to kneel, sharpening their claws for a long-awaited resurgence. With Witty the Wise stepping into the starting lineup, can he guide the Kingdom back to glory? It's RRQ Tora!
The optimization is complete, and the Red Robots of Malaysia are finally firing on all cylinders. Chibi and Lynch have injected new life into the lineup, transforming the squad into a more dangerous and relentless force. Now the mission is simple: hunt the Tigers and secure another victory. Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality!
Lynch has shown to be fearless, replacing Smooth, the veteran, and we've also got the showdown of Chibi and Gary, but we can't forget the masterminds behind every match. We got the coaches walking up. For RRQ, it's head coach Sasa with assistant coach Link. For BTRM, head coach Kenji and assistant coach on the other side. We got Franklin, the head of League Ops, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly.
Once again, we'd like to thank Franklin and all the League Ops. And now, finally, the fist bumps to make it complete. A true sign of professionalism and their last point of physical contact before they head to war. As our boys are loading up into the army and getting ready to load into the draft, what are your thoughts about this, Nafa? Because again, RRQ Tora, they're taking 4 back-to-back defeats in the MPL MY. And honestly, most people were putting these guys in Team Rey's position at number 2.
Yeah, it's a weird situation to be in, and it's not a position any player wants to face, especially considering the praise that they were receiving earlier on in the season. It's very important to be able to refocus, re-energize their efforts, and make sure they identify what is wrong and what needs to be done going forward.
I mean, we heard it from the ping check itself. For what looks to be wrong, it feels like RRQ Tora are feeling pretty calm about the whole situation entirely, which is rather surprising. I thought it'd be a little bit more tense. But Bigatron, this is the Chibi versus Gary situation. This is some good old classic MLBB jungle nonsense.
Yeah, this is one of the El Clasicos of MPL MY, right? Chibi, Gary, 2 very accomplished junglers who have been in multiple orgs in the past, having a chance to meet each other again under brand new banners. It's an exciting one. Both are very accomplished, so those neutral objectives are going to be fun to watch.
Yep. During the time of M4, where MPL MY qualifiers were still going on, Gary, playing under Team Hawk, actually taking down the homeboys at that point of time. Chibi, part of that lineup. But there's another thing that we have to talk about for the MPL MY Insider by Cellcom Digi. We asked Ruff, so what led to this losing streak? Like, what was going on? And he said, because our base was destroyed, Weren't happy with the answer, but he also mentioned, I think previously we played without any hesitation, but when we started losing, we became a bit off in some areas.
A perfectly understandable sentiment. When you feel like you're untouchable, when you're on top of the world, and then it all comes crashing down in a single moment, it really affects you. And then if it keeps going as a result of your affected emotions, it just gets worse and worse, and it becomes more difficult to pull yourself back together.
Yeah, no, it's definitely difficult, right? And I think everybody has experienced it in their rank game at some point where you're already dominating 10-1, you've already generated like an 8k gold lead, and that one bad fight where you just don't happen to hit one ability or it's a little angled slightly wrong. And now your opponents have come back. This is what the game demands out of you. Sheer perfection, no mistakes.
And we've seen the smallest things make massive impacts. Just look at the minions as an example this season. We got a player quote though from Chibi, stepping up under pressure. And he said, before the match against Vamos, I felt really pressured. First of all, I was informed quite late that I had to play. Secondly, I only had 3 days of official training, and I also had to be the shot caller. It was a lot to catch up on. During those 3 days, I tried my best to get closer to the team so we could build better in-game synergy, and I'm really grateful that my teammates have been supportive and willing to trust me.
That's good. That's great to have here because Chibi is part of the second wave of potential international players to actually try and make it a bar. He's gotten close, but never really getting true wins.
Indeed, it's great to see him back in action, and it's nice to see that he was able to pull it together in just 3 days. Now that he has more time, I hope he's gonna look even better. We got peeps opening up the MPL MY player trading cards as well in the venue. Ooh, anything good?
Why do we shape it with double borders and why do we shape? I didn't realize it looked like that.
Why do we shape it? Gideon.
Why do we shape it with 2 borders? And why do we make the initial border look like FIFA? Like FIFA, what do they call it? The elite clubs or something along those lines? Something where you have to like buy player cards and players or something like that? I don't know why they went with that direction.
I mean, it works.
I mean, I guess. We had the template with Caillou, but I guess these are better? Huh?
Are they better? I guess it depends, right? You know...
I got it.
Uh-huh.
Once you get the signature, it's better.
Ooh, that's true.
Right. Because I don't think I would sacrifice like an SSR Caillou over an exclusive MPL MY player trading card where the actual player can sign it and just, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's the players themselves, right? So there is a difference there. Maybe you guys can come over to the MPL arena, grab some of both and compare it yourselves so that you can tell us what you think.
Yeah, we're handing it out like it's free candy here. Everybody who has an opportunity to crack one of these packs to get their favorite players, we got them up on the screen. Yep, don't worry, I don't know who that player is. It's Hazel, thank God.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Hazel card.
And they break out of the board.
Oh!
Hey! Chico was hyped about it.
That's me. On the card.
Yeah!
Honestly,
was it raining super heavily? I can't figure out why he didn't have enough time to like dry his hair out.
Who?
Chiku.
Chiku, is his hair not dry?
He was. I know that he was doing prayers earlier, but man,
I can't even tell.
That's the thing. That's the thing. He's had better hair days on other times. I don't think he just had enough time to clean up after his prayers today. But even so, it is time for the drafting phase. Now, this is going to be all or nothing for both sides. We've seen the draft heavily influence losing games and winning games.
Alright, so let's find out who will be able to win the draft and set themselves up for game number 1. RRQ on blue side, BTR on the red. The Baxia and the Harif band first for RRQ, and then the Freya Zusin for BTR.
These are standard openers across the board. No big surprises. We've already moved on from the Valentina into Sora opening, now having to worry about bigger and worse things. Marcel finally gets it banned out by Sasa's side, and the question is, Genji, what is our final ban?
Marcel first phase ban is something that RRQ has done from time to time in the past. We know that they're an aggressive team. They want to dive. This is a hero that deals with that quite easily, but what is going to be their prio? Guinevere is still open currently.
I think it's worth banning out unless they've got a separate plan to deal with the Guinevere. But anti-CC is just one of those mechanics that it's just tough to beat. Really, really tough. And most of them are like... And most anti-CC abilities are relatively brain dead, and it's more of a rhythm game than anything else. It's just timing.
Yeah, it is. We've already seen how scary Guinevere can be. Error44 played an incredible Gwyn game previously, but BTR a little bit more concerned about the Harley instead, which means that Guinevere wide open, Glue also there as well, but it's obviously Gwyn.
Yep, there's no reason. One of the best junglers you can have in the meta currently, can set, can engage, can disengage, has a decent amount of damage without having to commit too much gold into it, has anti-CC to deal with the neutral take. She's got everything in her kit.
Other heroes like Franco have to stand there and commit their ult onto one person to lock them down that long, and Guinevere just says, hey, I got AoE. And I've always felt it was so annoying.
Yeah, it's my problem with Guinevere is that from certain angles, if she's jumping from the bottom right side of your screen, you will see the tip of her head, and the next thing you know, you're already knocked up because you can't see where it's going to drop.
And good players know how to manipulate that. Looks like BTR starting with the Valentina Uranus. Kinda odd opening, actually.
Why Valentina? What's the ult we're trying to start here? What's the prediction? I think maybe because Glue is still available, they need a deterrent to try and disrupt the Glue combination so that people can prepare. Because if Glue gets a clean combo, you almost guarantee you're getting a battle spell or you're pulling somebody out of a fight or into a fight when they don't want to be.
Yeah, I guess this is an interesting dynamic where BTR could still get the Glue, because if they get countered with Faramis, then you can steal the Nether Realm, but it still feels weird to show it so early. You could also argue is to allow the Sora to be, or actually to deny the Sora, thinking about it, because that's what a lot of people have been doing against Dyron. RRQ locking in the Claude and the Arlet.
The Claude is fine, but I think this is in anticipation, right? Because if they're making the call for Claude early, I want to see what the second half of the ban phases are going to be. Are they going to be towards for Kenji, is he going to ban out artillery mages just to say, you know what, Valentina doesn't need to be put in that position?
Feels like it would be a bit odd to do so. Arlet also very good ultimate for Valentina to steal, so RRQ is willingly giving that away just to try and win EXP lane. And BTR goes for the Leomord. BTR keeping it pretty standard for now.
This could be a two-pronged attack. Maybe BTR were already planning on getting the Leomord. The question was, how do you compensate for the mid lane, assuming that there are going to be multiple problems, one of them being Sora, which is pretty notorious for RRQ Tora even after the nerfs. Second thing, at the very least, Leomord, at least his ult isn't going to be stolen away and given over to RRQ's side. So with both denials through, now we have to figure out, does BTRM want to steal a good ult and leave them open, or are we just playing with the final slash?
That is a good question. At this point, it's not like BTR has much of an option in that case anyway. It's all up to RRQ to decide what kind of ultimates they're willing to give away, but BTR is targeting the mid laners now, making sure to get rid of heroes that would prove difficult in lane for the Valentina.
I don't think the Farsa is the worst, and I would argue that Farsa kind of struggles in the lane with Valentina if you just can't hit the ability. In a 2v2 setting, it definitely helps when you have some CC on your side, but we don't even know the supports. Good ban here for the side of RQ. Okay, so I figured out the tail end of this. What I think is going on is that BTRM is trying to take away slowly. They're not taking away the A+ artillery mages like Eve. They start off with Farsa, see the response. Now that Gatot is already banned out, BTRM are now thinking whether or not it's worth banning out the Eve.
I mean, Eve Arlet, always a good combination, but banning out the Farsa also makes me think that BTR is afraid of the combo with the Guinevere, right? The big early mid-game burst that basically guarantees death to anyone caught. Eve doesn't have as big of an issue with that because their damage is slower, but it's also more annoying over time.
Plus, it works really well with Claude as a secondary, like, scaling engage style of damage. Hylos gets banned out here instead, so they're willing to give up the Eve.
Makes sense,
right? Because if they give Eve, they
can steal RWM. Right, so it'll be double RWM, and getting rid of Hylos means that RRQ doesn't have a
way to
get out of jail card.
Exactly. So there is a level of play here from both sides. At least we're catching on to little fragments of what's going on in this situation. And I think that Yeah, it's extra beneficial because they have Uranus on their side as well. So they also have the MR Shred.
Okay. Makes sense so far. What else will RRQ be concerned about? They do still have the opportunity to grab glue for themselves since the Valentina has already appeared on the opposite side. They will go ahead and ban the Kalea.
Good ban. Rasi has played a good amount of Kalea. So again, getting rid of a couple of traditional comfort picks here, but you can see they were thinking about getting rid of things like Chip as well. There's multiple different angles you can play for them. So, unfortunately, arguably, both sides are at a 50-50 standstill. Based on these 3 picks, there's no real advantages whether it comes down to in lane. The only advantage I see is really with the Guinevere, but that's about it.
Yeah, the Guinevere is still one of the stronger picks in the meta right now, and then you do have the Claude for really good late game scaling. So that's something RRQ can play for, but we've already seen the things that Chiku guys is willing to do. Even the Irritel, quite a solid pocket pick for him to win out the lane early. We'll see which position BTR wants to prio.
Might be a Moscow position, might be something with mobility, but they're going to hold it off until the very end. They're going to lock in the Cho right now just to make sure that Claude has to take a Purify. I don't mind this so much because this opens up the gold lane for more reliable matchups. Because gold lane, most of the time, it's not just a matchup of who you're fighting against. The battle spell makes all the difference.
That is true. Cho also a hero that's somewhat able to open map against the Guinevere if played correctly. So BTR can at least play around with that. So the burst damage, I think, is still a little bit lacking. CC as well from the BTR side. They only really have the kick to play for.
I think that at least with the kick, there's so much you can do with this. I feel like Obsidian might get picked up here from BTRM. Oh, lead Kimmy.
Not what I was expecting.
Not what I was expecting as well, but I think it's a good contest. With Kimmy, it makes sure, unless Cho gets on top of, if Cho, Valentina are able to get on top of Kimmy right at level 1, then it will be hard. If Khalid only gets one person on the opposite side, it's a 50-50. If Khalid can do his tornado on 2 targets, even if it's the second cycle, still pretty good.
And then there's the Irritel. This is the Chiku signature, basically. Some other players have tried to play it, but no one plays it like Chiku himself. RRQ gonna have a lot of scaling with the double marksman comp. It does mean their early game is a little weaker, but Guinevere does make up for that, especially with the Khalid combo as well. Whereas the other side, playing a slightly more standard timing, scaling for Chiku.
I'm trying to think whether or not Irithel was the best option here. I don't necessarily agree with it because now your battle spell is almost guaranteed to be compromised unless he took Flicker. No, he has to take Purify. No choice about that. So no extra benefit with Sprint. Looking at both lineups here, these first 3 minutes are so important.
That is true. We've already seen how quickly the early game can dictate the pace of the rest of the match. So now that we're jumping back into the Land of Dawn for the very first game of our second match today, ladies and gentlemen, place your predictions in the comments. Tell us, is it going to be RRQ Tora on the blue side or BTRM on the red side who comes out on top?
Well, let's find out, because it looks like RRQ have control over the side bushes in the lane itself, which is great because that means that they're not going to be able to get jumped on very quickly. Keeps got his passive up, so he does a decent amount of damage, and that's something that BTRM has to respect at level 1.
Yeah, RRQ definitely has way better wave presence and clear speed at levels 1 and 2, so they should have a little bit of early mid prio. Already transitioning that to help Gary steal camps. So Rasi also doing a lot of damage. 2-man knockup! First blood!
I can't understand. Why isn't Kim there? Like, you're already going for the invade, like, Zay is already in position. Where's Kim?
Oh, that was just disrespect. What? You dived that deep?
I mean, look, as soon as you see the 2v2 and Valentina already after using the Magic Thumb, you should start to space yourself away. I'm guessing. Just a wild idea that Gary was expecting Kim to be in proper position. Wasn't there. Wasn't able to back him up to actually add the important amount of damage to deter them.
Well, another 2-man knockup. Rasi doing a great job so far. Concussive Blast Cho early game cannot be underestimated. And RRQ has already been slowed down early.
Yeah, but it also doesn't really help that Actually, Dairon's getting some pretty good damage here. It's coming out of the lane pretty healthy overall, but he is a little slow on hitting his level 4. Wasn't able to contest for the crabs as often, and now both sides ready to battle it out. I think RRQ Tora needs to give this very first one up.
Yeah, that would probably be the best idea as well. They will definitely have better late game scaling. No need to really force things early if they don't feel confident, but they're still sticking around. Rasi doing a great job of zoning. Chibi already secures the turtle. Violet Raccoon gonna be used, but Direction Falls locks him down. Raging Sandstorm stolen away! Locks down RRQ Tora. Winnie falls. Gary already dead. They get a kick in. Z survives. Diamond goes down.
I don't think RRQ realizes... They don't realize that they don't actually win these fights without a prolonged fight. They're not very bursty. There are heroes who are bursty, but their main source of damage really is coming from Kim and resets off of the Arlen. Dairon, not there at the fight. By the time he gets in, it's already too late. They've lost Gary as well as Winnie, 2 enablers for him.
Yeah, that was honestly really weird. Like, okay, I can get you hovering around to see if you can steal it, but at a certain point, it's pretty clear you're not taking this.
Got your losses.
And yet Gary commits without burst?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
Phantom Steed. Here comes Rasi from behind as well. Raging Sandstorm defensively. Witty will live.
Good moves, good moves. I mean, Zane could have chased for the kill a little bit more if he wanted to, but inevitably you got the ult off. If Witty would have flickered, I think that would be the most ideal scenario. And look at the amount of pressure Rasi is putting, right? Winning out this mid trio, you know exactly where the enemy jungler is, allowing your Leomord to make some better choices.
I think Rasi's Cho, honestly, is a little underrated as well. We actually have a statistic here where he's played about like 32 games of Cho in his entire career, and he has an over 70% win rate. That is impressive.
Oh yeah, he was definitely smurfing when he was still on Untitled, and then even before that.
Yep.
Even so.
Oh, we just talked about him. He gets caught in Violet Requiem and goes down. The rest of BTR here to try and get some vengeance. Raging Sandstorm completely whipped, and Gary falls to GB.
Yeah, that seems about right for Rasi. Like every once in a while gives a kill on the Cho. Very classic Rasi here, but inevitably this kill doesn't really matter, right? Because
it's more than worth it.
Well, it's sort of worth it, right? But now look at where it's starting to bleed out from. Chiku, they don't actually find him. If they can get this dive off, then it's worth it.
It's a 3v1 situation. Chiku, he has Purify. He's gonna try and walk away. 10% HP. Oh my goodness! He nearly survived, but forced Dairon under the tower to kill him, so they could get the trade.
A quickly look at what Chiku guys was building there. He should have died way faster. Don't know why it took him so darn long.
Pass claws.
Already complete. Did he rush it?
Looks like rough 1 hit. How does that even happen? Okay, free turtle for GB.
Yep, just another one. Just another one. Now with BTRM very clearly in the lead at this point. We need to see some jungle invades. They've dominated this bottom side for so long. They should basically take everything.
Yeah, and looks like they are doing so right now. Chibi securing the orange buff on the opposite side, being guarded by Rasi as well. Goes for the kick onto Witty. Phantom Steed.
Oh no!
Chibi! He missed the Phantom Steed! They still get the kill, but he might get punished. 3-man final slap into the blazing duet. He gonna use the stolen Raging Sandstorm to get back out. Rasi gets the knockup in return. Chiku guys is here as well, joins the fight, gets the kill on Gary. Dairon now being chased down. Purify used on Lynch, who is not letting this Arlet escape, but he'll dash to the buff to get away.
How do they still walk out of that on a plus? I don't like... Oh, that's such a huge whiff by Chibi, and somehow his team
even
recovers from that. That's so nonsense. That's so nonsense. And guess what? T1 on bot side gonna get cracked as well. Like if RRQ Tora wasn't despising Bigatron MY right now, I think this is a good time to start beef.
Oh, I'm holding my head in my hands. This is one of those games.
It might be. It might still. Well, I'm gonna have a little bit of faith that it'll change us up during the mid game.
I hope so.
Because right now, RRQ Tora, they're in a pretty awful situation, right? Doesn't feel like everybody is kind of in sync with what's going on. I think they understand what's going on in their little bubble, but they don't see the map as a whole.
Yeah, it's weird. RRQ is making a ton of missed calls, and that previous fight was definitely Chibi just not catching the... We're gonna ignore that and move on.
Just jump the guy out, make him use second skill, or even first, and then pull in a re-aggro. There were no minions anyways, and now he's dying!
Why is he dying? It's fine. It's fine. And that's planned. He's willing to give up some HPs because he's not going to die. I hope that's the idea.
Lynch is having the time of his life. Oh no!
Spoke too soon. Purify gets him out of Violet Requiem, but surrounded 1v4. Caster Curse in full effect this game. GP gets the turtle though.
God, don't you just love Uranus gameplay? Such exciting MLBB. Harass can basically 100 to 0 rough. 4 people show up to deal with him.
That's the second time already. First time we talked about how good Rassi's Cho is and he gets caught, and now we talk about Lynch doing a good job and he gets caught. So.
Hey, I mean, it happens, right? At the end of it all, Ruff, he may be 2-1 and arguably doing the best on his team. He's still 2 levels behind Chiku, guys.
So if we want to help RRQ Tora, Chiku guys is doing a great job right now, guys.
He's so good. Wait.
Arasi gonna get caught. Violet Requiem surrounded 1v5 and he goes down.
Very good call. Good eyes here. Good eyes. They got to keep up with these types of interceptions, right? Make sure that they leave purposeful gaps. Because right now, Bigatron are going to disrespect them in every case, in every scenario, until they hit their next item. Power Spike at 32. Where are we with Chiku's farm? Oh my god!
He's got the GDS.
Why did he build a GDS? I guess you want to be real fast.
Yeah, he doesn't have sprint, I guess, so he thinks that this will help make up for it somewhat. Which is not a bad idea.
He's got some tech in there. Okay.
Lynch hurts. My goodness, he's diving rough. Down to 20%. Chiku nearly snipes him with the skill 1. Witty now in some trouble. Here comes Rassi as well with Z. Raging Sandstorm used defensively. Flicker as well. That's a lot of resources just for Witty to get out.
Bigatron is putting RRQ Tora through the ringer right now. They're getting all the resources out of it. They don't have to work too hard. Lynch technically doesn't even have a second complete item. Oh wait, no, I see his boots already. So he's got Oracle and boots, right? He's got tough boots. It looks like he's going into the Dom Eyes, but at any point of time he can decide to pivot just for fun.
BTR is doing quite well right now, but that's also to be expected against a double marksman composition. I just wish that Gary wasn't doing so badly. Some of his calls have been weird so far, but if RRQ can delay this long enough, they do just win by virtue of scaling.
I mean, Gary is hitting the magic thumps at the very least. He's not making mechanical misplays. It's really just coordinating with the rest of his team. He does have the brute force breastplate now, so it might be a little bit more elusive, but we'll just have to wait and see. Chicken guys already so farmed up.
They commit in. Violet Requiem on top of Lynch. Purify at the last second just to bait them in. Walks away. Chibi dropping low as well with the Phantom Seed. Rassi a little late to the party and maybe not the best timing as well. He's got a flicker out. Somehow, no one did yet. Traction Pulse not able to catch Chiku and nothing happens.
Back away. They back away. They keep trying to go for these big punishes, but they just do not have enough damage, right? It's conditional. Kip needs his passive. Ruff also needs stacks.
This should be a free lord right here. Yup, Ruff. Why is Ruff the one securing it? Okay, Gary just didn't retreat for some reason. That's a lot of faith there, sir.
It is a lot of faith, but at the same time, I think it is an optimal situation, right? If you're a jungler with a no contest on that turtle, ideally you don't use your retribution to maybe invade enemy jungle, or considering that they are behind, they want to secure their own jungle in case Leomore decides, you know what, they've already got it, I might as well steal the opposite side.
I mean, sure, but there was a little bit of contest. There were people there. Chiku could have skilled one. And
it's true.
It could have gone.
I mean, I don't think it does more than 1,000.
Alright, nothing's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I don't think it does more than 1,000 off of the first raid. I think it does like close to like 600 and maybe even 700, depending on whether or not they got the armor shred. Even so, let's see how RRQ tries to recover from this, right? It's a 2.1k so far. It should even out at roughly 800 gold deficit. But that's assuming they get all the T2s.
Chiku gonna zone Ruff away. Lord will collide, but it's only the first of the game, and it's a tier 2, so BTR should have too much problem handling it. RRQ gonna transition over to try and take the mid tower instead. Phantom Steed used to clear the wave. And that's gonna be it.
Yep, now this is the second wave that they gotta start thinking about afterwards. Top wave needs to get managed by Leomore. Chiku guys and Lynch still. Ooh.
Raging Sandstorm only hits Lynch. Mad Spatial Migration going to miss as well, but they do successfully zone BTR away and get that bot tier 2. Wow, that's a lot of burst damage.
You can hear the crowd. They're like, oh my god, it's crazy what critical damage can do once you have a Berserker's Fury. He got a third item.
And a Fury Hammer, 4th now. So yeah, makes sense.
He wants the Malefic Gun. I don't know whether or not he's thinking about even considering last item Windtalker. You're up against Claude. You kind of have to go for the Winds of Nature no matter what to deal with the Blazing Duet.
I think so, yeah.
But he got GDS, so I feel like he's gonna greed out for this. I feel like he's gonna go like after Malefic Gun, Windtalker.
It is Chiku. He's a mad genius for a reason. Maybe he'll do something different for now. But mid tower should fall. Yep, Rough just takes it for free.
Why are we getting it for free? All right, sure, smaller things, but inevitably, Bigatron still maintaining a lot of control. They still hold 2 T2s. And they're holding a 1.3k deficit. Good Violet Requiem coming up from Gary to not give Rossi the opportunity to set up a kick.
Yeah, but now there's no Guinevere ult for a little while. They're gonna go in, get the knockup on Lynch. He's taking some damage. Will back it off. Phantom Steed gonna be committed, but looks like BTR doesn't want to fight here.
Okay. RRQ Tora are starting to learn. It's about baiting the spells and utilities coming up from Bigatron MY. Once they run out of their ultimates, they're dependent on Chiku guys for a vast majority of their damage, and they need Zay alongside with Rossi trading their cooldowns to get CC on the board.
Yeah, we're starting to reach this point in the game where RRQ Tora scaling, even just purely with Claude, is actually proving to be a problem for BTR. Chiku can burst him very quickly, but needs to be able to find the right direction, the right angle to approach from, since there's a lot of divers on the RRQ side.
Yep, he also needs a life deficit, right? If Ruff has any chance against Chiku guys in that 1v1 scenario, he needs Chiku guys in the middle of his interval for when he gets his passive, the double arrows, explosive arrows that come out of him once you fill that bar up to full. And the Winds of Nature already bought as well. This might be the game changer here.
Yeah, the Lord is dropping low. They see RQ coming in from mid. Conceal used by Rossi. Zones out Gary. Who's gonna get it? Chibi! Secures the Lord. Witty completely with the Raging Sandstorm.
That one hurt. That one hurt, but it's okay. It's okay. Just losing the Lord doesn't mean it's the end of the world. They still have plenty of towers to actually lose out the Bigatron. They don't mind giving it over because now we are officially in the later stages of the game and anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, double marksman also very effective comp for clearing Lord, so RQ shouldn't be too worried about this one. It's BTR that has to try and make something happen with it, ideally.
Yeah, BTR have been the ones who have been consistently probing RRQ Tora.
Final Slash can be used on Lynch. Oh wow, the first damage from Chico coming from far. Track both can be used. It's absolute chaos. Witty buying a lot of time. Rossi though zoning successfully. Witty will be the unfortunate victim here.
Looking at the items overall, I'm not seeing enough. I'm not seeing any armor, or at the very least, reduction towards crit. There's not enough blade armors on the side of RRQ if they want to hold out. I do see a Chastised Pauldron, which is good, but it only buys you 2 seconds.
I let him go on Rossi, but look at the damage from Chiku! My goodness, Gary can't even finish his ult animation before he has to run away. Lord's already collided, taken out the top inhibitor. Bigatron's looking around. They got another wave pushing down bottom, so they're gonna transition over to it. This Irritel is a problem already. This is 2 big cannons as well, but BTR will show some respect and back off.
It is. All right. Step 1, I think that RRQ Tora has to, oh man, it's pretty difficult with no inhibitor turrets at this stage, but they need to start conditioning people, right? They need to pair up Gary with somebody else and keep showing the somebody else to give them the idea. Whenever I see somebody else, I see Gary, and hopefully that creates an opportunity to get on top of Chiku guys, because that's the only win condition I see right now.
Yeah. RRQ Tora, unfortunately, composition not very suited to a Claude Kimmy, because they just can't hold the front line long enough against BTR at this point.
No, it's about wombo comboing, right? We need to see like a fat final slash into probably, oh, hold on.
Rossi with the conceal a little bit short. Final slash gonna be used once again on Lynch. Somehow Violet Requiem catches Rossi on the edge. Phantom Steed gonna come in. Raging Sandstorm connects with 2. Chiku is still in a healthy spot. Dyren out of position a little bit, but RRQ gonna be able to regroup. Forces that flicker out of Rossi. Gary will fall. It's a killing spree for Chiku guys. Final slash is good. They catch for Chiku guys. Oh! Survive just long enough to pray. Triple kill for Irritel. But only 1 survivor left for RRQ Tora. BTR, they don't have their marksman, but they still got 4 people alive, and they want to push in. They've only got a single wave. Can Dyren be the hero right now for the Kingdom? Final slash on 2. Pushes the minions to the other tower.
Beautiful.
BTR, they want to take this away. And looks like the crowd. They got another minion wave. They're going straight in. Z goes down with BTR. They found the treasure, and that's going to be the game for them.
With a crown out outplay. He could have focused on the minions. He could have dashed back after the Winter Crown, go back onto the minions by a couple more seconds. He had the right idea, Dyron. He nearly caught it. He nearly pulled off a miraculous save.
But 1v4, still a little bit too difficult for the man. Impressive by Z to be able to pull out that Winter Crown at the end there just to stop his momentum a little bit. But this was definitely not the cleanest game by any means.
Nah, really, it's just the coordination. They should have sacrificed Turtle 1 after the botched attempt down mid, waited for the second turtle when everybody had their ultimates, and then you can start doing something. Let your opponents be the first person on that turtle. Man, this could have gone a little bit better for RRQ. But at the same time, BTR played a strong game.
This Irritel, the signature pick, other teams count it out, but when it's in the hands of Chiku guys, it's just built different, man. That damage, too much to keep up with, even for the double marksman on the opposite side. But you're right, Gideon, I agree, RRQ Tora still looking a bit messy.
Looking a little uncoordinated. Not being able to like chain their ults together seems like a fundamental flaw for this team. Because again, if you're going to try and play a high executional comp like that, you really not only have to have the confidence, but you need to be a sure shot. When you say I'm going to hit it, people need to believe you when you say you're going to hit it.
I still think the Kimmy pick was a little bit unusual. Having a proper burst mage would have helped so much here.
I don't know about that. That's the problem, because inevitably Zay on the other side would have had like a better laning phase because of it, right? Unless it was Yve. Yve is the only exception, but that ult is too powerful to give away.
I wonder if that was the plan, right? Was BTR big brain enough to actually put them in this position in the first place?
They were. Why do you think that they Farsa banned on the second phase first and then decided on maybe pivoting off of Yve later down the line? All of this is, again, contemplated, and there was a lot of calculation coming into it, at the very least, when it came to the drafting phase. The in-game, I have to say, Lynch, beast. He played a strong laning phase, but nothing was happening. Come mid-game, despite his team having to get that first turtle, instantly took control of that bottom side.
He knows how to bait, this guy. Literally saving the Purify for the last second to force stronger commits. Man continues to impress, but who is our MVP for game number 1? And looks like it is a Z this time around. The rookie showing us up.
Yep, really good stuff coming in from Z. I mean, the fact is, he's waiting. He's trying to do the Valentina special. Wait at the very last second to start unleashing your abilities. I'm curious what he sold off to make that Winter Crown happen, or whether he already had it. We'll check the timeline in just a little bit. But overall, Valentina is really good at bridging the gaps in between the fights.
Also very good at making your opponents second guess themselves in the draft. And a lot of teams have not really been able to execute that to the fullest of its ability. A lot of people know how to draft to make sure that Valentina never gets off the ground. But this time around, RRQ wasn't quite able to achieve that, and Z going full damage, even stealing Raging Sandstorm most of the time. A pretty difficult ult to use on a full damage Valen.
Yeah, really difficult, because as soon as you start flying on that sand track, there's a good chance that you get chunked out by Kim unintentionally, and then you've lost 50% of your HP. Either ways, when we start looking at the build, this is why Chiku guys was opting to go, you know what, I gotta go full crit on this one. I need to be the hard carry if things go wrong. Little did they know, Chibi is basically unstoppable in this double marksman composition as soon as he gets onto Barbiel. Those extra stats make all the difference.
Yeah, I still think it's so weird. Why would RRQ pull out a double marksman comp here? This has not been good for a while. Teams are not picking it for a reason, and then you don't even pick up tanky heroes that can support a hero like the Kimmy there. So, ended up being very awkward for them.
I mean, they converted what used to be a double marksman like team fight style composition to now a more ult-based pick-off style, right? Because it's really just how many people can Guinevere catch, how many people can Dyron catch. We throw the net into the water, let's see how many fish. And if it's only one, we'll just have to take it.
Man, that's a lot to ask for, though. You have to land a perfect final slash into Violet Requiem. And even then, if your marksmen aren't farmed enough, people don't actually die that quickly. So you're asking for a lot here.
I'm asking for multiples, compound interest. If Dyron hits 4, that means it should be a 4-man knockup into the Violent Requiem. That's the main goal. And unfortunately, that connection wasn't able to be found. And mainly because Dyron couldn't get out of the lane in time. But by the time he actually got into the lane, the fight's already over.
And that first turtle is a real head scratcher right there. Why would they stay so long? Why would they commit when they know Dyron isn't quite close enough? That's what started the downfall right from the beginning.
Yeah, or at the very least, they could have waited for the turtle to be completely done, walk away, and then see who is the last to lag behind and immediately try and pounce on that guy.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. A lot of things could have happened, but a lot of them did not happen. BTRM able to reap the benefits of that one. Kim actually did do a good amount of damage, but I imagine most of it was in Lynch, taking 167,000 damage in 16 minutes.
Yep. To keep in mind, the carry only did 58,321 damage overall compared to 167 damage taken from Lynch. So really, Chiku guys, he was having kind of the time of his life, right? As long as he didn't make a major mistake, the team confidently won a majority of their prolonged fights.
We were very concerned about the opening draft for BTR. Uranus Valentina seems a little bit strange to start with, but they pulled it off. They did very, very well with it. And we talked about how much damage Chiku guys was doing in that late game. Lynch absorbed triple that. Which is ridiculous.
I don't know how, but apparently they wanted him bad, and he just took the damage like a good boy, and he's like, all right, I can keep taking more punishment.
My job is just to take damage from my team. Story of the life for every roamer, every utility, EXP laner.
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I don't know. It is a tough game to swallow if you are an RRQ fan here.
Oh, this is new.
Defeated MVP. This is the first time I've seen this graphic.
I didn't know we had this. We got the MVP of the losing team, Dyron, on the Arlet.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sure, he is the best performing player because
the bar is pretty low.
Dude, the bar is so low. Like, he couldn't leave the lane like 80% of the time, and it's like, oh, I've got the best padded stats. Why? Because I couldn't walk out of the lane. By the time I got there, the fight was over. What do you mean?
He was the only one that could actually do something.
For the early game, yes.
Yeah.
And even the late game, he technically could have saved it had he just dashed backwards onto the wave. That he already moved out of position.
I don't even blame him too much for that. Imagine your mental state in that position, considering everything that happened. This first blood did not need to happen. There were some good catches, but oftentimes traded for not really worth it situations.
Yeah, like, there's so many whiffs here. Rudy on this Khalid might not be it. The Raging Sandstorms have not been as accurate as it honestly should have been. But it's just moments like this here, right? Where they walk into enemy territory, and for some reason they end up still losing here. All why? They were chasing kills a little too far, and of course Chiku guys has to be there to reinforce.
And look at how many resources they have to spend just to kill one person too. The entire enemy team needs to be wailing into them for like, what, 3 seconds to actually make anything happen. Meanwhile, Chiku presses one button and 20% of the entire enemy team's HP is gone.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. Once he got that Berserker's Fury, this game was kind of over. Considering that a lot of the item optimizations weren't towards the crit side. They were trying to split the two between magic and as well as armor. And of course, eventually, once that multiplier came through, there's nothing much you can do about it.
Even here, somehow managing to trade even at the very end there after being caught by the final slash and setting up for the team. This was a really, really good minion push, and Dyron honestly survived a long time. Could have taken out Z, but a nice flicker, winter crown timing, and all of a sudden he has got no one to dash back to, and he knows that the game is over.
Yeah, another small detail, Z, he timed it. He wasn't waiting for like, oh, I'm gonna let you dash on me the first initial time, but that second one is a no-go, and unfortunately he didn't get the reset, which is why you see Dyron just like waddling around like, oh my god, help, please.
I continue to be impressed by Z's composure. Again, first season here, wasn't even part of the team from the beginning of the season, and yet doing pretty darn well for himself.
Very darn well for himself. There's only more things to be able to say. But first, we've got a little bit of a segment here. Could you let him know what it's all about while I grab this?
Indeed. You guys want some hot takes? Well, we got a way to give you a hot take away as well with our very own. Introduce yourself.
Hey, it's me. Oh, this is the voice I have for A-Bang Grab solo queue here. Food delivery by day, hot takes and emotional damage delivery by night. Why do I have this accent? I don't know, but I think it's good enough to establish that I am Abang Grab the analyst. Look, Abang Grab may not be a coach, but I can tell you, even Abang Grab can tell which team overall ordered Chak Wei Tiao, but ticked the option no Chak Wei Tiao, which is kind of weird. It's like ordering kopi ice with no kopi, or the ice is just a mug. But let me break it down for you. Let's talk about the draft. Why was there a Kimmy so early on? My ma, she would not be happy with the Kimmy pick overall. The Arlet was a good idea, but the Valentina was a bigger problem. I think maybe even a Lilia could have saved the game, but overall, I think that these teams need to focus on their fundamentals. That's the important part. Gotta have a strong pizza base for all these New Yorkers out there. And keep in mind that maybe they just need to eat first before the map becomes clear again. Full stomach, full focus, order Grab food from 9 p.m. till 4 a.m. With this code, Grab Confirm got your back for all your ranked games. And hey, coming up, game number 2. We'll see what time and who completes the delivery first. This is Abang Grab signing off. Abang Grab still here. Don't forget that there's also, most importantly, a 5 ringgit discount when you order between 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. So quickly go grab your food. Wait, hold on. What time is it? In 8 minutes, grab your food while you still can. Thank you so much for Grab for sponsoring this Chinese boy with a New York accent.
Thank you very much to Abang Grab right here.
Hey, no worries. I got you any day of the week.
That was incredible delivery.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know whether to keep doing it or not. But once again, thank you so much for Grab for making this possible. I definitely butchered the accent there, but hey, to anybody watching out there from the NAs, you can rate my accent 1 out of 10, make some content off of it. Put my social media, save the day. Thank you.
I could see it. You know? I think it painted a picture in my head.
What Asians think of New York. It's just it's just the worst. Just the worst. Oh man. Oh boy. With that being said though, at the very bare minimum, no matter what happens at the end of this game, we will at least be known of the announcement of where the playoffs is going to be held at 4:30, and the tickets will be sold starting from 8 p.m. This is 9th of May. 9th of May.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Remember these times, 4:30 and 8 p.m.
That's going to be exciting. All right, where is the playoffs going to be this time around? Watch it be a big surprise that it's right here. That would be the biggest surprise ever. Don't worry, we won't do that to you. I hope.
God, that'd be so funny if that was the case. It's just like, oh, we're here, but just slightly to the right. With that being said, though, we do have an interview with Rose. Let's catch Rose and maybe a special fan.
Hey guys, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Sekarang ni, Rose actually nak call caster daripada Indonesia, iaitu Arashi. Hello,
Yo,
brother.
what's up?
Yo, what's up? You know what, Arashi, let's cut to the chase. How did you feel seeing Dairen defend with his life at the Crystal just now?
I mean, you gotta admit it looked cool for a little bit, right? It was gonna work, but then it didn't, so that's unfortunate.
Okay, Arashi. Now, if we look back at the first leg of the season, in which BTRM actually surprisingly 2-0'd RRQ, as a solid, you know, very strong RRQ fan, how are you feeling about RRQ's performance right now here in MPLMY?
I mean, man, they were doing so good, and now they're in a bit of a dip, but honestly, you know, it's better to dip now than later on, right? So I think they still have really good odds. I think I'm still very happy with the things I'm seeing. Obviously, it can be improved, but it really ain't bad, you know?
I have a question. in which in the previous post-match interview with RRQ, the coach mentioned that the team actually started losing momentum when they lost against Vamos because he felt like their strat and their hero pools was actually quite exposed and easily read by the opponent. Now, as a caster yourself who has casted multiple games, obviously locally in Indonesia and internationally, how hard is it to actually come back from a thing like that?
I think that depends on the preparation, right? If the coach can see what kind of heroes will be coming into the meta, I think what makes it difficult is that when your heroes get exposed, right, it kind of affects your playstyle as well. It's like trying to race in someone else's vehicle, you know? It's like not exactly the same thing. So I think that's the difficult part about having your comfort picks and your go-to options read out.
Okay, so now that we got that out of the way and they got Widdy into the equation this week, and I'm pretty sure this week onward, right? So how do you think RRQ's performance will be like leading after this? Because we do know they haven't yet secured their playoff slots.
So yeah, I like Widdy coming in because he has a great hero pool. He's a very communicative person. I think it's going to help with the communication and synergy of the team, which is very important, of course. But I think, especially because he just recently showed up, there might be a bit of time for the whole team to adapt playing with Widdy, you know? So I think that's the main concern.
Time is key, and I do hope that RRQ Tora actually get it together sooner or later. You know what, just a quick one. We know that ever since Chibi has entered BTRM, their playstyle looks so much more different. Do you think that Chibi and BTRM could actually be something really, really good for the side of BTR?
I think they definitely have the right tools for the job, right? Whether they actually go all the way or not, only time will tell. But I really like to see how decisive they're playing, especially with the neutral objectives. You know, I was watching some of the matches in the previous weeks, and in the neutral objectives, they seem like really solid. So that really impressed me.
I agree. The neutral objectives coming from BTRM is definitely amazing. You know what, Arashi? Is there anything you want to say to the MPL MY, ID, and even the Kingdom fans that are watching this right now?
I mean, you got to get in there and support your team, man. Whichever team of yours are playing, right? Even if they're not doing so hot, that's where you need to kind of support them. So you got to make sure that your team knows that you got their back, dude.
Thank you so much, Arashi. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I hope to see you soon. And hey, maybe come visit us during our playoffs in MPL MY. Bye, Arashi!
See ya!
See ya! Alright guys, kita dah borak dengan Arashi. Will RRQ Tora actually dapat chemistry dengan Widdy untuk game kedua perlawanan ini? Only time will tell. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
I like the sentiment, Rose, and that was from the superfan Arashi Hoshi himself. The answer is no. I don't think it's not happening. It's not happening.
You don't think so?
After game one, there should have been some semblance of getting the combo at least once. Bare minimum one time to give me hope. We didn't see none of that. Where was the Raging Sandstorm into Final Slash into Magic Thump? Not even Magic Thump, just straight up right into Violent Requiem into Magic Thump.
So do you think that maybe if they made the draft easier to play, it might help?
Yes, dear God. They have to play something. Like, Guinevere, totally fine. Let's build a little bit more around our side laners, or at the very least, if the logic is, RRQ going to be on blue side, if the logic is we win the mid trio and then we start moving out into the side because we have stable laners, then focus down on the mid trio.
Yeah, I want to see the mid duo have a little bit more playmaking capability, because we know how Gary plays. He's a very good cleanup jungler. He knows how to come in at the right timing, finish people off, catch people at off angles. When he's on heroes like the Guinevere and you need him to start the fight, then things become a bit awkward because he's no longer able to achieve that. That's a poster of all time.
That's a poster of all time. I didn't get beats in such high HD quality. God, AI. Was it AI or did he manually do it? I'll
never know
to the person, because if you can tell like straight away if it's AI or not.
Actually, yeah, you can. We just need to look closer.
Yeah, that's
we didn't get a close enough look.
If we got a close enough look, or maybe it's like slapped on the screen, we'll figure it out. But it's time to get into the drafting phase. All right, it's currently 1-0 in favor of BTRM by Vitality. Let's get into the drafting phase and first see what map we're going to be playing on first.
Alright, what's it gonna be? RRQ still on blue side, BTR on red. It's gonna be expanding rivers. Very volatile map, allows for a lot of snowballing to happen if you have the right comp to use it early on.
Yeah, I think I would like to see how BTRM plays this particular map. I feel like RRQ we've seen with Snowball before, but not BTRM.
The same truth.
Are we really just gonna stop on Kusei, or are we not gonna keep on?
No, I think that's it.
Really? That's it?
I think that's it.
What? What? I thought there were more. I thought there were cards behind there. Oh.
I guess we'll find out a little later on.
Yeah.
If there is a later on.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been eyeing that pack for so long. I'm so curious what's inside.
Okay, we have a pack here as well, guys.
Yep.
We will make sure to open this before the stream ends.
Hopefully we get the chance. But now the first phase of the bands are already through. The Baxia, the Harith, the Marcel. On the opposing side, Kenji decides to get rid of Guinevere, Zushin alongside with the Freya.
So what will be first pick potential here? Guinevere, Zusin, both already gone. Harith as well. Are we missing anything? Fanny is open.
Fanny is open.
Do either of these teams play it?
Dude, I don't. Beats me.
Chibi, not really. He was always known for not really playing Fanny, but Gary has the potential. They start with the Valentina.
Okay, so they're taking the playbook of BTRM. They want to deny BTRM the deterrent of Darren going into the Sora, which I think is fine. Then it still causes the problem. Like, Kenji's probably looking at the rest of his players like, all right, they're taking a page out of our book, which means that they probably want to punish our mid laner here. So do we immediately just say, you know what, take the ults that you want, or do we focus on the important stuff? And it looks like they give away 2 pretty giant ults, but not a mid laner ult.
Interesting. Kalea, Leomore, these two obviously work well together to get those early game kills, but like you mentioned, they are both very good ultimates to be stolen. So BTR probably going for the approach of, we're gonna have so many good ults that you can't match up.
I don't know about this one. Because then again, RRQ have 2 options. Because from this point onwards, you have to identify whether or not you're trying to get overloaded, or whether you want to work around one particular ult. And if you're working with one particular ult, they're looking at Kalia as one first, certain. So they get Suyo, I think that's totally fine. The Phoveus, a completely safe pick, if the Valentina wasn't enough.
Yeah, I was already thinking that BTR had the potential to take Phoveus for themselves to prevent the Sora, but RRQ already one step ahead of them, and taking it to reduce the viable EXP pool so you can't fall back to heroes like the Arlet either. BTR probably has to rely on the Uranus again, but probably feels a little worse into the Suyo.
Yeah. Dude, I love the fact that Kenji talks into his hand as if it's his mic. He's just talking into like a cold hand. Like, I don't know whether or not it's just so that they don't read lips, which I think is supposed to be the case here, but it's just a fun little habit that I see a lot of coaches having.
He's making sure to funnel his voice clearly into the mic.
yeah.
I'm not gonna waste any of my voice. The atmosphere can't have it.
Have you heard the drums at the MPL arena? Nobody hears us. I gotta talk into this mic extra loud.
Who said there are no
So the Eve was the third pick for BTR. They banned the chip now, specifically against Witty, since he's one of the few players that plays it, and RRQ will get rid of Uranus.
Good bans overall. Making sure they're taking away as many options as possible. I don't know. It's just that Valentina is such a weird way to say, you know what, I'm going to deter you from doing all of these things, and the opposing side either respects it 90% of the time, or they disrespect it, which in this case, BTRM is like, we're just going to overload you.
Yeah, they're going for the overload strat when Eve is also a good ult, so BTR is going for very ult-dependent gameplay, which could work. What else will they be looking at this point, though? With Uranus already gone, you do still have the glue, actually, for BTR.
Yep. I think... Oh, yeah, they might actually have to lean back into the glue on this one. The only problem with dealing with the glue is that they have Kalia on the opposite side. As long as Kalia has something to punch and heal you back up that isn't punching glue, that's fine. You can basically tank the...
No, I mean, BTR plays glue.
Oh, BTR plays glue? I don't see it happening. Only because I feel like they've already got the Kalia on their side. Pulling somebody out of position doesn't really change the problem. They need a stronger or secondary initiator rather than just Kalia to open up that space.
I mean, sure, but you could put glue EXP against the Phoveus.
I guess you
then
could,
you
yes.
win lane.
There's no guarantee in winning the lane.
I think it's a pretty okay matchup for Glue.
It's not bad for Glue, admittedly. It's not the worst.
Well, never mind.
Never mind. They just banned it out straight away, so I guess they have to play for something extra volatile.
If we want direct Phobius lane matchups, then the next best thing would be Alice. But if you just want to play it safe, then it's stuff like Lapu Lapu. BTR goes for the Hylos EXP.
This has been, I mean, it's an old counter. It's an old counter because Hylos has just too much stats. Too much stats at level 1 for Phobius to realistically deal with. And the consistent amount of DPS coming out of that Law and Order is something that Phobius just cannot deal with. Sorry, Ring of Punishment. Phobius just can't deal with it. Only at level 4 does he stand a chance, and even then, it's a roll of the dice.
This would be one of those games where, you know, if I was in pubs, I would actually consider a Diggy quite seriously due to the amount of team fight that BTR is playing for, but I don't think that's going to happen. Next best counter engage is things like the Minotaur, but we haven't seen that much. Khalid is also still an option. Oh, whoa, okay.
That is so brave and so bold. This is the first time we've seen Atlas in years. Years!
Is that good?
The last time we saw Atlas, I think, was M4. It was the signature of Mid.
Yeah, actually.
That was the last time we saw Atlas, I think. And I could be completely wrong about this. I'm pretty sure there was another one that happened by Yums, like closer to Season 8.
Probably, yeah.
That was a while ago. I have to double check.
For me, my most memorable Atlas moment is when Chiku played Atlas Jungle at MSC. Which is funny because he's in this game as well.
He is in this game. That is ironic.
Is Atlas really good here? I don't personally think so.
I think that you can punish the frontliners for it. You can punish the Yve, you can punish the Hylos, you can punish the Kalia. Even Claude, he can't just like willy-nilly just jump into the middle of the fight, right? They kind of have to time it. And if RRQ decides to stagger and layer their abilities, it makes sure that this entire combat of this 5v5, it's World War I, right? Trench warfare. You're hopping over trenches, going into trenches, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The team fights in this game are going to be chaotic. Absolute brawl fests, and that's what we want to see, right? Especially in Expanding River, that actually facilitates heroes like Atlas roaming more quickly and affecting the side lanes, but I guess we'll see what happens, right?
I agree, because again, Megatron, if they get like a 5-kill lead at the first... I'll be a little bit more generous. Instead of 3 minutes, let's say 5 minutes, this game is basically done for because they just won't have enough damage to the opposite end, and carry takes a long time to get to that point.
That makes it that much more important for RRQ Tora to make sure they are not behind early. They're already one game down. If they want to keep the Kingdom strong and going with potential to enter the playoffs, it is time for a W. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's see if it's BTR or RRQ who wins game number 2.
All right, let's see this team dance because unfortunately, this is a losing mid-duo fight here between the rest. Rasi, as long as he maintains... Actually, that was very smart of Witty. He knows this matchup through the back of his head. I was going to bring up the only way that they win the 2v2 at level 1, and he just pulled it off perfectly.
Yep. Atlas can actually be surprisingly annoying at levels 1 and 2, even if he is one of the tanks that doesn't have a particularly strong early game presence. You can't really count out the amount of time he can keep you locked down.
Yeah, he is a thick boy. Gary trying to make this rotation work. This is the second time he's been denied. Thanks, Rob, for wasting a half a second, but that's fine. Goes back into the jungle, and now I'm pretty sure Chibi is well aware of what the rotation should look like.
Now, Gary does play a pretty mean Suyo, and this is exactly the type of jungler that allows him to play for his scavenger style in team fights. So if RRQ sets up properly, he can definitely carry the team early on.
Now they're going to be dancing around here. Witty helping out Dyren. Okay.
For freeze, not much happens here. Hylos is definitely not dying in this lane. If he's dying, Lynch is doing something wrong.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think Lynch is particularly good at these tank styles. He knows how to trade, like his trades are hyper effective. He knows when he's strong as well. He's got a good understanding what this lane matchup looks like. And now, 10 seconds left is Turtle. Hopefully Dyren gets a hit level 4 at the right time.
Rasi finds Witty first. Dang, that's a lot of damage, but he will survive for now.
Good chunk, good chunk. He's going to be out of the fight for now. Rossi cancels this. Oh my god.
Oh, that was close.
This would have been a no contest, but look at the gank down on bot side instead.
I don't think you're killing a high-lows one even in a 2v1 situation here, but Diamond is doing a good amount of damage. Lands the 2-man Dark Wave. Revitalize already used, but they're just buying time for Chibi to get the turtle.
Yeah, nothing they can really do about that here. RRQ trying their best to actually find these openings, but good drafting.
Chiku already in the mid lane to help do some poke damage. RWM dodged beautifully by BTR. And even the Phantom Steed forces the flicker.
BTR are playing kind of hot right now. To be fair, at least a lot of the mistakes coming up from RRQ Tora is why. But it doesn't feel like RRQ Tora, their set plays are getting countered right now for the early game at the very least. Bigatron has really kept them locked down shut.
It does feel like they're being out-microed a little bit. Not to mention, Rossi is waiting here to Tsunami Slam the Atlas, who is not yet level 4, by the way. So first blood to the Kalea.
Good stuff, good stuff. That's exactly what you want, right? As a support, you need to keep track of how many times the opposing support actually goes for a recall. Because when you know that they're going to be down on EXP. Remember, revealing people, interacting with people, all of those good stuff gets you EXP as a support.
It's unfortunate that Rossi got the first blood because Chiku was actually there and first blood would have been nice, but he does get an assist at least.
Yeah, it's like you're not playing Earthel, you don't need it. You're not building crit builds, go back to Trinity.
Like, we already gave you enough last game.
We're sick of this, boss! Mr. CEO, we don't get paid enough to keep on giving you gold.
There's no trickle-down economics here.
Capitalism isn't working the way you intended it, Mr. President.
This is why he's the CEO.
Yeah, this is why I do the business and run the numbers. But for now, Ruff having a pretty tough time. Like, this is a whopping lead from Chiku, guys.
Already farming up very well. Mid lane once again, Tsunami Slam onto Witty. RWM comes out this time, but both sides are going to use it, and the 2-man Dark Wave is pretty good, but Witty already falls. Rossi going to be traded away. Chibi in danger. Dyron doing work. Lynch not able to finish Gary off, and now he is all by his lonesome. Z going to come in just to make sure he gets out, but not the best trade for BTR.
I don't know why Gary didn't want to... I mean, he didn't want to risk it, to be fair, and he maintains his life because of that. But I think he could have Blade Surged in, right? Go for the stun of the Blade Surge, like hold it for half a second. You're waiting for Rossi to complete his combination, mainly waiting for his ult to land. You don't want the second part to actually connect. If not, you wait for the full thing to connect, and you might be able to hit Chibi with your AoE as well.
But I also understand that Gary has seen other studios Blade Surge their death. Flicker Dark Wave lands in the backline beautifully from Dyron to start the fight off. Chibi, though, steals the turtle away. He might lose his life for this. Dyron buying so much time. 1v3, still alive. Flicker out. Fatal going to be used, though. Drags Chibi back in. But another Tsunami Slam going to be used on Gary this time around. Still a 3v3. RWM comes out. Gary goes down. Double kill to Z. And now Chiku is here to join the party with the Blazing Duet. Dropping Ruff down low. And he is dead.
Yeah. Need to see a replay of that fight one more time. I think Gary could have gotten out of that, but he ended up holding the Blade Surge rather than tapping it. Not 100% sure whether or not he got stunned in the middle, which is why it seems like it, but let's find out right now.
TV steals the turtle away. Gary's still healthy up there.
Should be when he's by... Okay, he pulls. Oh, okay, there we go. So he was going to try and follow up on it, but he gets hit by the Tsunami Slam, and the entire time the button is buffering.
Yeah, the Tsunami Slam delayed his engage. Oh, something's actually still happening right now in the tri-bush. Witty being zoned out hard.
I mean, they're getting zoned out hard, but Ruff is living up to his namesake, right? Just cannot seem to get the lane advantage.
Tsunami Slam purified by Kim this time around, but RWM locks him down once again into another glorious pathway. Stolen, though. Gonna be used to get out.
Dangerous stuff. Really, really dangerous stuff. Surprised Kim managed to survive that despite everything that happened, but it's okay. It's okay. It's about finding that big wombo combo at the end. First setup, they need Kim to make sure that he has the RWM. Second setup, Witty. He had it on. He was holding on to his ult for pretty long in the previous fight. We have yet to see Witty hit a fat, like, 3 to 4-man ult.
We did bait the flicker out of Z that time, so that's a pretty important resource. Gonna scout out Rossi as well. Chibi pushing bot wave while all this is happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to really do after he took his purple buff, so might as well. And again, this is why I feel like BTR has put some serious preparation. He keep on showing up, right? Just one step ahead of Gary every single time, whether it's the invade or even showing up on bot side.
But at least compared to the previous game, the net worth difference is a lot closer this time around. Not even 1k gold for BTR. So things can still turn around if they're not careful. Like Lin's gonna be zoned out first. Good snipe from Gary to drop him a little lower. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Chibi gonna make himself known, but Witty able to zone him out once again. Fatal Link still available. Here's the Glorious Pathway. Not committing anything yet. RWM gonna be used. Lynch is the first one down. 4-man Dark Wave from Dyrant, but blazing to it. Chiku guys doing a good amount of burst damage. Gary drops low C! Secures the kill. Dyrant still buying time, but so is Rossi. Both roamers probably gonna sacrifice themselves here. Kim picks up the killing spree. Currently 1 for 2 in favor of RRQ, but Bigatron gets the turtle.
Yup. Honestly, I like this adaptation coming in from RRQ. This is a much better setup overall, right? Dyrant and as well as Kim are peeling back consistently, but Gary needs to be in and out of the fight. So when they're doing this turtle, they let the other people show themselves, so Gary doesn't have to be the first initiator every single time.
That's what Gary has always specialized in. Now that he doesn't have to be the first one in, he can actually do some stuff, though he is still getting targeted quite often by Rossi. So his impact is lower than he would like.
Yep, first in, last out. And Gary understanding how that stack works, making sure that he comes in at the least possible time so he can get out the quickest. Now we see that Witty might be in some trouble here. Gets to get out for free, but notice like the positions overall. Like we're not seeing Claude really get away with too much here, but inevitably Chiku guys is netting almost double the gold at this point.
Chiku guys farm is very fast. He knows how to do it, and Ruff has died twice already, so you can see the difference building up in the marksman. Z also 4-0 on the Eve currently. Kim not too far behind, but the scaling definitely favors BTR right now.
Yep, it's looking good. I think I'd be more confident if they had a 6k lead, but that's more towards RRQ Tora for mitigating how much that they've been hurt.
Looking at the items now, Chastise just finished by Rossi. Second item gonna help quite a lot against Ruff here. And Chiku guys quite close to finishing his Trinity.
Very close into actually finishing his Trinity. Once he gets his Trinity, a lot of the frontline tanks become less of a problem. However, they still need Purify, which is kind of the issue right now. And he can't run away from Chiku guys. If Chiku guys decides to BMI on top of Ruff, he just has to eat it.
Pretty much. I'm really hoping we can see Witty actually land the big Fatal Links here, because so far he's not been successful with it. He's gonna try and jump in on Chiku, but Lynch is here to escort him out.
Gonna take their time. Still, between the junglers, Chibi still maintaining that level lead on top of Gary. They're doing much better here for the side of RRQ Tora in protecting their resources, not letting Bigatron find the huge convergence that they did previous. Oh, this is not good.
Lin's already down to half HP. Rossi gonna be caught with the Fatal Links this time around. The RWM comes out. Rossi gonna use the ultimate to get back out. Chibi zoning. RWM is gonna use it on Soul side, but the blazing to it. Chiku guys! Wow, he hurts. He's gonna take a lot of damage in return, but he's still surviving, and it's actually trades for Witty. RRQ Tora is completely scattered into the wind. Double kill for Z. BTRMY comes out on top.
Beautiful, beautiful fight here. And now they're probably also just making Gary's life a living nightmare. Wow. Absolute monster. Lynch knows how to play with a lead, and he is abusing it so hard.
This feels bad for Gary, feels bad for RRQ. It was a good start catching Rossi first, but the damage build up from BTR a little bit too much at this point. 6k lead.
Looking at the items, can we first talk about the expectations versus reality? Like, for example, Gary with Skypiercer. He was like, yeah, this is my game. I'm really gonna go hard for this one.
A lot of Suyo players do this, and
we need to stop.
I do think so too.
We need to stop the Skypiercer, and the only reason why I'm saying this is because that early, like, what were you expecting with this lineup to get away in the early game? Like, what are we talking about here?
They're really hoping that Gary gets some, like, cheeky Skypiercer stacks and then snowballs off of that.
Witty! Way of the Dragon him! Oh no, he's playing Atlas, but he's still only getting one guy!
His ult has Fatal in the name! It should work!
It should be dangerous, right? Why would you have Fatal in the name if it doesn't?
Well, Glorious Pathway to slow down the defense. Lord collides bot inhibitor. Rossi gonna zone as well, just by hovering in the air. Chiku does get caught in the Dark Wave. drops to 50% and sniped, so he probably can't push in anymore, but the damage is already done.
All right, there we go. The Trinity, the Marksman Trinity is already complete for Rush. Now, Lynch, you gotta be careful. He pops that ult, he will melt now. And the same can be said about Rossi, but he at least has a little bit of a little bit of healing to keep himself alive. Plenty of sustain.
Oh, Wachiku playing a dangerous game. He does this a lot.
Are we not gonna punish that?
Somehow no. Witty is gonna fly forward towards Lynch. Not really sure if that's the target you want. Tsunami slam onto the Phobius, drags him in. BTR still waiting for the timing. Darko is good. Chibi comes in from flank, blazing to it! Chiku guys! In the backline! The sneaky no! He's initiated a hostile takeover! 2 members of RRQ Tora are left against the entire team of BTR. Blade Surge completely whizzed, but is able to clear the minion waves. But here comes another one. The slowdown in the backline. BTR, they got their eyes set on the prize. They're hitting their yearly GPA. And they are going to take the clean sweep against their opponents.
Optimization complete. The robots updated the latest patch in their firmware. Says hell no to RRQ. You ain't taking a game from us. 2-0 victory for BTRM, skewing the tides and giving them hope that they can make it to playoffs as RRQ takes one more step deeper into the mud.
The Kingdom looking to be in a really, really rough situation. Many questionable plays being made, but also impressive performances from BTRM. Turns out the way you take down a Kingdom, killer robots.
Killer robots, man. No mercy as they tear down the walls. Have to give up a good chunk of their humanity to do so. Look at that preparation, right? Expected exactly when Gary was supposed to invade their jungle, denied that opportunity, had lanes and tuned the lanes to make sure that that starting path was obsolete for the Suyo.
It's rough for Suyo to be behind in these positions, and the team just doesn't follow up well enough to get that snowball going. Skypiercer, maybe not the best idea, but we'll go ahead and throw it to the interview.
Satu lagi kemenangan untuk BTRM by Vitality. Wow. And of course, sekarang ni bersama dengan Rose di atas pentas, kita ada Chibi dan juga Lynch. Hi boys.
Hai.
Kita start dulu dengan Chibi lah. Chibi, 2 kemenangan berturut-turut untuk BTRM, and ini adalah BTRM punya lineup yang nampak sangat-sangat revamp daripada yang ada di leg pertama. So sebenarnya apa yang Chibi rasa paling beza lah masa Chibi masuk sampai sekarang?
Beza dia, kita orang suka apa ya? Suka main FIFA sama-sama lah. Sebelum apa sebelum saya masuk 3 hari kan. Sekarang orang suka main FIFA sama-sama kan sekarang.
Oh, so tu dikira bonding activity dia dalam BTRM lah. Macam tu main FIFA sama-sama, build chemistry, build communications. And of course, lepas 2 perlawanan ini kita nampak Chibi hanya main lebih kepada utility heroes di mana Leomord dan juga Guinevere keluar. Kenapa kita nak nampak assassin daripada Chibi lagi? Sebab banyak je jungler yang main assassin dah untuk musim ni.
Oh, sebab saya tengah push MMR.
Oh, MMR Leo?
Ya, sebab dah nak habis season alang-alang push dah terus.
Push je terus lah.
Yang penting apa? Yang penting menang ya guys ya.
Yang penting menang. Alright. Tapi kalau, so you akan push Leo sampai habis lah? Push Leo sampai habis lah?
Ikut lah, kalau coach bagi Leo, kita main dah Leo, faham tak? Okay.
Ikut coach lah, tapi kalau nak
Kalau nak push MMR soalnya.
Okay, kita pun nak borak dengan Lynch. Now guys, just a fun fact, actually Lynch baru sahaja menang MDL ID untuk musim lepas. So first of all, congratulations on that. Tapi Rose nak tanya, selepas Lynch masuk di BTRM by Vitality ni, macam mana Lynch dapat bond ataupun improve chemistry dengan senior player? Sebab kita ada Chibi, kita ada Chiku, kita ada Rasi, and mungkin ada beberapa player yang baru rasa pressure lah bila main dengan dorang.
Aku rasa communication is the key lah. Kayak kita bisa sharing satu sama lain aja. Jadi kayak kita ada POV berbeda itu kita bisa satuin POV lah. Jadi kita connect main satu sama lain gitu.
Oh, Oh, nampaknya pemain-pemain BTRM ni sangat-sangat matang sebab diorang boleh macam express their feelings walaupun baru sahaja line up baru sahaja dibuat. And of course, Lynch, do you think untuk bond dengan player-player senior ni senang?
Senang.
Diorang budak baik lah.
CB terutama baik sangat.
Baik sangat. Wow, changed man. Dah matang dah sekarang ni. And of course, Rose pun buat research di mana Lynch ni actually dulu main beberapa role juga Ada jungler, ada roamer, tiba-tiba jadi EXP laner. Kenapa you end up dengan EXP lane? Kenapa tak nak jadi jungler ataupun roamer?
Because di MPL Indo kan development kan. So aku je belajar ada role aja. So aku cari mana yang paling bagus ya aku main.
And then you end up dengan EXP.
I end up with EXP.
Ni paling best lah sekarang ni.
Ya, paling best.
Okay. Nampak juga hasil dia di game tadi. Of course guys, kita pun dah saksikan perlawanan 2-0 bersih. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Agak-agaknya MVP dia siapa? Alright, mari kita sama-sama tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa tu? Z! Alright.
Terus cuba cakap dekat Z, bila nak cukup misal?
Cuba you tanya dia. Tanya dia, you dah ada soalan Hi Z. Congratulations. Okay, Chibi ada soalan.
Jangan tak payah.
Okay, Z, Rose nak tanya. BTRM ada lagi 5 match untuk regular season, betul? Sekarang ni, dengan prestasi BTRM, betapa persen ataupun how yakin is Z that BTRM boleh dapat satu slot playoffs yang akan datang?
99% lah.
Weh, kenapa confident sangat sampai 99%?
Sebab kalau kita orang teruskan main macam ni untuk setiap game, saya rasa tiket playoff tu tak mustahil lah.
Weh, you guys setuju tak? Setuju. Good job Z. Jangan takut ya, jangan nervous ya. Z, mungkin ada kata-kata kepada bigger troopers dan juga supporters yang hadir ke venue hari ini sokong BTRM.
Thank you kepada semua yang datang. Jangan lupa untuk support kita orang pada match-match seterusnya. Thank you.
Wow, good job Z. Good job. Ini adalah rookie yang cakap and borak on stage sangat-sangat baik. Good job boys, and of course congratulations atas kemenangan bersih. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep ini. With that, let's throw it back to our casters.
Thanks, Rose. And there you heard it here first. The rookie and MVP of this game, Zay, 90% chance of making it a playoffs, and he's feeling hella confident.
8-0 and 3, 79% kill participation. This guy knows how to play the game. The artillery mages are impressive. The fact that he can stay close enough to consistently DPS without being threatened as well. There's just something about these Chiku proteges, huh?
Yeah, and you can tell he's a Chiku protege. He's like, Wilderness Blessing? Hell no! Mystery Shop, give me my discounts! I'm gonna hard carry this game, because by all means, for a lot of reasons, he honestly can. Because whenever we see these, or attempted big engages coming in from Witty, you notice that RRQ is like decently far away. At some point, they got hit by a Void Blast. At some point, they just got touched by Eve just a little bit, and once they're done with the Glowing Wand and have the Ice Queen's Wand, you can hardly move.
I feel like Dyron did a good enough job of buying time in these team fights. He really was quite the nuisance, but everyone else was lacking here, unfortunately. And Lynch was also matching Dyron's performance himself. So when you compare that, BTR clearly has the edge. And honestly, every time Chiku affects the team. You can really feel his influence. This Hylos EXP lane. No one else is doing it, but it's the right answer here.
It really is. And that's why I was paying close attention to what Kenji was talking about, trying to read his lips, but I couldn't because he kept on blocking it with his goddamn hand. But he was looking towards Chiku guys and making like active conversation throughout majority of that draft. So it really goes to show some old habits don't die, but now it's refining it and using it for the benefit of the whole team.
Chiku has played through so many metas that he remembers all of them and knows when to pull something more classic out of his pocket. And it's so scary to deal with, not to mention this guy gets under your skin. He walks up to you, you think, oh, there's a clone, we can kill him, and he's just, nah, fade away.
Fade away into darkness. It's tough. It's a really tough bout. And you can tell, like, Ruff, this is a difficult matchup for him. Like, not only is the lane matchup, like, ridiculously not in his favor, what can you do? And the reason I say that is, yes, there is a potential for Carry to actually beat the Claude in lane, but Claude has to be basically brain dead and not be using the right battle spells. In either way, both sides, no battle spells, that puts Ruff at a disadvantage on top of the lane matchup.
And the Atlas is still such a big question mark. This is not the game to play it. There doesn't seem like a very good target on the opposite side. Heck, your team doesn't even have that much burst AoE that can follow up the Fatal Links in the first place. And Witty just gets picked off so easily by a Kalea too.
So easily, so fast. I really think that maybe they needed to start switching up their options here, right? Like, as soon as you see Zushin get banned out, I think you're immediately thinking of what are some of the other OP picks out there. And Guinevere happened to be that for a little bit, just a little bit. Fortunately, they needed to also get rid of Harley at the same time. So you can see that there is a plethora of things to go through before we even make the first check of the draft.
Seems like RRQ still has a lot of issues to deal with. They switched out for Witty to help fix the hero pool problem, but I feel like there are still other problems now to handle, because Witty so far hasn't really been impressing me, I gotta say.
Yeah, he has not been able to find as much. Like, he's creating space when necessary, but the cost of which he is paying to do that, I don't think it's good. I don't think it is an old habit for most supports, and he's getting the job done, but I think right now it's about min-maxing the value of your currency rather than how much you spend.
Exactly, and some teams know how to do that, some teams don't so far. We can see how much hard work Dairon is doing a lot of these fights, but then Chiku just runs in, Blazing Duet, suddenly the entire team is gone. RRQ is still lacking direction, lacking the fangs that we saw from them in the first couple of weeks. They're not active enough early, and then their mid-game is not synchronized. It's a mess, honestly.
Honestly, this was a difficult draft to begin with. Like, really difficult draft. It started from a uncomfortable point, and their only win condition for the earlier stages of the game is if Gary was able to like get stacks on Sky Piercer, or maybe was able to find a first couple of kills, because there was not a lot of winning lanes there. Not a lot of winning lanes.
It's weird. You would think that Sasa would be able to draft a little more effectively, considering everything.
Yeah,
right? It's even Chiku on the opposite side. He's played against Chiku before.
Yeah, I think that Sasa also has to worry about a lot of things, right? I don't know if he's going to be the main drafter for the team. That's why they have like a whole back end to help him out with that section. But it just feels that, like, I don't know. There's a certain level of faith in the players to be able to perform no matter what they do, but losing in that manner, which Sasa has been trying to implement and instill in them, I think everybody is taking the message a little differently, right? Like, Gary is forcing situations which don't seem very winnable. Like, we can all physically see this is not going to happen the way that it does, but it gets a battle spell, and that could set up for the future.
The performance of RRQ is clearly dropping, and a lot of that is the momentum. They're losing it. They are... The energy is kind of gone. It's a little bit like the players are desperate, or even that they've lost a little bit of hope in the situation.
Well, to say that I don't think they've lost hope. I definitely think that they are doubling down on the situation, or maybe doubling down in the weirder section, weirder aspects of game. But first, let's look at the standings here at the end of week 6, day number 1, with SRG still on top. The points to beat is 9. TR just under them at 7. IG at 5. Vamos at 5. BTRM now crawls their way up in that to 5th place, taking over where RRQ was.
Which means it's even more dangerous for the Kingdom now, literally on the edge case. they're gonna need to either lock in or hope that AC and Flash continue to not perform, which is certainly a possibility that we hope doesn't come true.
It's definitely a possibility, but for all intents and purposes, Flash need to win 3 games to go into contention with RRQ, 2 for AC against RRQ, but the aggregate points is where it's like, the difference is gigantic.
Well, tomorrow is going to be another challenge for them as well, because the second match of Saturday is RRQ versus Vamos. And Vamos just came off a hot game at the start of the day here. Before that, it's going to be Invictus versus Flash, and then the day will end with AC versus SRG.
If we're expecting RRQ to drop the Vamos here, that means Flash needs to 2-0 IG and AC somehow needs to 2-0 SRG, right? If we're talking about the best possible outcomes for these teams to qualify for the playoffs. And let me tell you, I need to know where the playoffs are going to be tomorrow, so you guys better make sure that you are on time for those announcements. Because hopefully, I don't know, are you thinking of an in-state or out-of-state playoffs?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because now we've had like a plethora. We've been to Johor. Now we've kind of like spread out a little bit.
It has largely been in-state. We've only had one out-state, which was Johor in season 14.
Yes.
So I think based on historical record, it should be in-state as well. But hey, I'm ready to be surprised.
Who knows? Who knows? I don't know where it's going to be, but hopefully it's going to be big enough to support the droves of people who I'm expecting to show up. Because if it was only that loud for this game, who knows for some of the bigger teams out there. And we can barely hold like the people in here considering like how many super fans there are. Ridiculous. Speaking of tickets though, if you are a fan of RRQ Tora and want to see them potentially break it out for tomorrow's games, well, unfortunately that game is already sold out. But don't worry, there's still the Flash games, the IG games, the Team Rey games, alongside with the AC at the very end. It's selling out fast, so take them while you still can.
On the opposite side as well, BTRM also has a couple matches left. Their match against SRG is already sold out, but they still got matches against AC, Team Rey, Flash, and IG before the end of the season. So if you're starting to gain some appreciation for the Red Robots after watching their performance, make sure you guys grab those tickets right now.
Yep, grab them while you still can, while they're still hot. Don't make me bring out grab out once again. That's oh, that's gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough for everybody out there trying to figure out what I'm saying. Either ways, an impressive set of games here today. We're definitely seeing like some trends being pretty normal, but other things, I don't know. It's quite the change, right? Similarly, like the MSL Thailand. Once again, we shout out to our brothers up north. The Thais have been playing, I would say, not as bad as most people thought it would be. I would say it's at least better than the MAL guarantee.
Yeah, I think that the strategies and drafts that we've been seeing from the MSL side have actually been pretty interesting. So they're still going to be ongoing for a couple weeks more. If you guys haven't checked them out, make sure to go do so. And if you guys already have, make sure to continue supporting your favorite team. You never know, we might see them on the international stage.
Yup, some of these faces might be the ones representing Thailand later this year for EWC alongside EWC x MSC alongside with M8 at this point. Man, once we get into double digits for the M series, it's gonna be bad. So bad, my god. We've also got one more thing for you guys. We've got the CD code here for you to redeem. Scan that QR code and get yourself some in-game rewards while you still can.
That's the redemption code right down there. We got the QR code that you can scan as well if you don't feel like inputting it. Many ways for you guys to grab some free stuff in your MLBB as well. As a thank you for joining us throughout today.
Yep. Again, today we had some of the faster games, 2-0s both sides back-to-back for Friday. It's been a great and awesome day, but there's still more MLBB action to be had starting tomorrow. For now, we close out week 6, day number 1. Stafan Gideon, see you later.
Kali. Ada. Kick.
Tengok dia.
Aku datang. Kuda terlepas. Aku kat kimi. Out dulu guys. Aman dulu. Ready, go.
Tengok arah.
Kau dari aku. Kau dari dia, men. Dari depan. Kau dari Queen.
Garing.
Menang.
Apa deme? Pika. Aman sih.
Oke, salah dia. Maju dia.
Hati boy. Bawa. Tahu.
Nice guys, fokus guys, next game guys. Belum ni guys. Fokus ni. Reset guys. Belum habis guys.
Let's go.
Pome dulu bi.
Pove habis. Pove mati. Bunuh.
Ini pome ni.
Gaci guys.
Lama gua hati. Atas tiga hati.
Aku tinggal.
Tiga hati guys.
Main. Main.
Kejar.
Tengok. Boleh dong.
Kiri.
Pove dua. Tarik nomor.
Mati pome.
Tarik nomor. Cari dong. Cari. Kejar bi. Ada lot boy. Nice play.
Nice one guys.
Lihat chest. Boleh nih guys.
Boleh, kita boleh fight doh. Cibi dapat position.
Dari Pove.
Ini pome.
Pove aja dulu nih. Pove. Pove lo guys.
Aku stun.
Aman.
Atas tuh dia.
Gua depanin. Gimana mau main?
Nice team.
Mana ada damage?
Nice team.
Ay, kau
Atas.
Boleh. Atas.
Masuk. Bagi ya. Lama sikit tu. Respect.
Ya, aku tim orang.
Aku.
Orang lagi.
Ah!